when I think of relationships, friendships, romantic relationships, goals, career aspirations, lifestyle hobbies, I just feel confused. And it's a weird type of confusion. It's not like the type of confusion that feels like it can ever be worked through. It's like when you go through deep suffering, you can either go one of two ways. You can either grow and learn a lot, or you can crash and burn. But I also think there can sometimes be this weird middle ground where it's like the veil of what life really is gets lifted. You see behind the scenes, you see the fantasy isn't real. You see that friendships, relationships, a lot of it is selfish. It's unconditional love doesn't exist because through your trauma you were forced to deeply perceive relationships and realize that things were not unconditional, and you did that to protect yourself. In friendships, you could say, well, they're your friend until you start to be very inconvenient. Let's say if you became really, really, really depressed. People often say, well, that's what friends are for, but quietly, they actually mean, I will be your friend until this doesn't stop fast enough. Because everyone feels selfish, which is our natural way of being. So it's hard for me to fall back into the fantasy that, well, that's worth it, because I don't feel anything for it anymore. Hobbies, I see the concept of them, I see goals, I see the concept of them, I'm like, yeah, but what is that for? If I am just still pursuing something to prove something, to use up this time on earth just to use it up, it feels empty, it all feels empty. And it's like I can't see the point in anything anymore. It feels like this horrible veil has been lifted and I cannot fall back under the trance, the illusion of it all being worth it, of it all having meaning. Because obviously the meaning is created by the person. But if I fundamentally disagree with everything that is around me, where do you go from there? If I see relationships and friendships as this fake performance no matter what, if goals feel like another way of trying to, prop myself up and prove to the world or prove to myself or something that I'm worth something, if my career feels again like this weird thing of this popularity thing, this thing of feeling like, oh, I'm better than this person, this protects me more, or kids, or whatever makes people want to do things, it just all feels like some iteration of the same shit. Just playing this game that we can't win at. I don't feel connected to it. And I don't know what you do with that. I used to run away from this feeling by finding my meaning in literally, like I said previously, trying to make people love me. Trying to do everything I could to do this illusion. But that's not possible anymore. And it doesn't even work long term. The main question I have after all of this is, what do people live for? I do not understand any of it. I bring myself oftentimes on the weekend to lakes, to towns, and I try and just put my body into the situations to maybe create some spark again, something that wants to be here, that feels something, that feels this pull, this beauty. I don't feel similar to somebody that has seen something that's so violently horrendous that even when they're out of that situation and they're back home safe with their family and with everything they could ever want, they just cannot fall back into love with life. They just feel empty. They feel disconnected from people around them and they feel like everything is just empty. Honestly, it scares me, it really does, because you don't hear a lot about that part. I feel like you hear a lot about people talking about very specific things they struggle with and wanting specific solutions, but this feels more existential and it doesn't feel like it's something that I can answer. And I think a lot of us feel this way, and it's horrible. It's absolutely horrible because it's something that is so all-encompassing. It feels so much deeper than anything that anyone tries to make you worry about every day. Yet you're still forced to play the role, play the performance, get up, go to work, put on a face, and pretend you're not dealing with this. Try and do things on the weekend you feel are fundamentally pointless. And I don't want to become a monk. I know oftentimes the answer to these things is, well, you've risen above the whole ego thing, or you've risen above the whole role that society wants you to play, and you've seen how empty it all is, and you have to follow a different path. I don't want to follow a different path. I just want to enjoy my life. I just want to feel young, because I spent my entire teenage years feeling like a 30, 40, I don't know. Now I'm in my early 20s and I've got my life back together, yet I can just sit in a room filled with peers my age, just cannot connect to them. I cannot understand how they feel, and I can't understand how I feel in that moment. No matter how much I try, no matter how much alcohol I drink, I just can't get there. It's like you get the first curse of dealing with these issues, and then you get the double whammy of like, hey, and now these are fundamentally going to alienate you even more from people due to that experience itself, even if it's healed. So yeah, the meaning of life.
Enemy team won the
that,
orb.
I guess this is just something I wanted to vent. I wanted to just talk about that. I definitely will keep talking about it because it's honestly something I just keep thinking about and ruminating over. You're not alone feeling this way, and it's deeply terrifying. It's just, yeah. I don't know what I'm living
Your
for.
team claimed
Life
the orb.
feels so painfully empty that it's something I don't even feel like I can even ignore anymore. I've spent most of my life just following rules or following missions and goals I thought were supposed to be the answer to the emptiness in my heart. I blame it on my weight, I blame it on my appearance, I blame it on some random accolade that I need to achieve, and then I can start living my life. Then things can maybe begin to make sense. A lot of the time I'd also use that goalpost as a way to tell myself, well, I know something deeper is wrong, but I first need to reach this goal, have a little bit of a barrier or protection, and then I can begin to go to that vulnerable place. The issue is, I have been doing this for so long that I am not even sure that there's a life worth living
Enemy team won the
behind
orb.
that. What I mean is, I am somebody that overthinks a lot, if you want to call it overthinking. I'm someone that just thinks too much about things. And I'm sure you are too. You try and understand the world a bit too much and it ruins the experience because you can't seem to make sense of it and you can't seem to make sense of yourself in it, especially when you have pain. And I remember throughout my childhood and adolescence, I spent a lot of time thinking about relationships, about people, about what made people love you. Because for me, if I made people love me, everything would be okay. That was my main goal in life. I needed to make as many people as possible love me, and to do that I had to play a role. I had to do this very specific formula I figured out a while back to making someone love you, and it was about not being too honest, it was about pretending this. Anyways, I won't go into the details about that random thing, but what I mean is, what that represented for me was a way out of the suffering. It was a way out of the emptiness and a feeling of having a footing somewhere that made sense on this earth. And obviously, as the years went on and my mental illness got worse and I lost so much due to these very problematic behaviours, and I realised that they burnt me out more than they could ever save me, I was forced in many therapy sessions to sit with myself and think about, well, what would it look like to change? What would it look like to not live this way? To let go of all these beliefs? And I'm sure, like a lot of you, the answer is often, I don't know. I've never thought about that. It's never even felt like a possibility. And to be honest, the whole idea of it sounds like just a lie, a fantasy. It doesn't seem real. And my argument about that was that, well, if it was real, I would see happy people. I would see conflicted missing evidence in my everyday life, and I would have seen it up until now, but I don't feel like I
Your
do.
team
When I
claimed
look
the
to
orb.
the outside to try and begin to find out what could possibly make someone want to live, make someone enjoy this experience of life, it often feels like
The
I'm
death vortex
trying
is
to
incoming.
understand an equation.
Enemy team
Like
claimed the orb.
an equation, you can probably solve it, and someone will explain it to you slowly, but at the end of the day, it just feels like a concept. It's just letters and it's just numbers, and we've decided they mean something. And I feel like I am unable to fall back in love with life. When I think of relationships, friendships, romantic relationships, goals, career aspirations,
Round lost.
lifestyle hobbies, I just feel confused. And it's a weird type of confusion. I don't know what I'm
Your team won the orb. Enemy team won the orb.
living for. Life feels so painfully empty that it's something I don't even feel like I can even ignore anymore. I've spent most of my life just following rules or following missions and goals I thought were supposed to be the answer to the emptiness in my heart. I'd blame it on my weight, I'd blame it on my appearance, I'd blame it on some random accolade that I need to achieve, and then I can start living my life. Then things can maybe begin to make sense. A lot of the time I'd also use that goalpost as a way to tell myself, well, I know something deeper is wrong, but I first need to reach this goal to have a little bit of a barrier or a protection, and then I can begin to go to that vulnerable place. The issue is, I have been doing this for so long that I am not even sure that there's a life worth living behind that. What I mean is, I am somebody that overthinks a lot, if you want to call it overthinking. I'm someone that just thinks too much about things. And I'm sure you are too. You try and understand the world a bit too much and it ruins the experience because you can't seem to make sense of it, and you can't seem to make sense of yourself in it, especially when you have pain. And I remember throughout my childhood and adolescence, I spent a lot of time thinking about relationships, about people, about what made people love you. Because for me, if I made people love me, everything would be okay. That was my main goal in life. I needed to make as many people as possible love me. And to do that, I had to play a role. I had to do this very specific formula I'd figured out a while back to making someone love you. And it was about not being too honest. It was about pretending this. Anyways, I won't go into the details about that random thing. But what I mean is, what that represented for me was a way out of the suffering. It was a way out of the emptiness and a feeling of having a footing somewhere that made sense on this earth. And obviously, as the years went on and my mental illness got worse and I lost so much due to these very problematic behaviors, and I realized that they burnt me out more than they could ever save me, I was forced in many therapy sessions to sit with myself and think about, well, what would it look like to change? What would it look like to not live this way? To let go of all these beliefs? And I'm sure, like a lot of you, the answer is often, I don't know. I've never thought about that. It's never even felt like a possibility. And to be honest, the whole idea of it sounds like just a lie, a fantasy. It doesn't seem real. And my argument about that was that, well, if it was real, I would see happy people. I would see conflicting evidence in my everyday life, and I would have seen it up until now. But I don't feel like I do. When I look to the outside to try and begin to find out what could possibly make someone want to live, make someone enjoy this experience of life, it often feels like I'm trying to understand an equation. Like an equation, you can probably solve it and someone will explain it to you slowly, but at the end of the day, it just feels like a concept. It's just letters and it's just numbers, and we've decided they mean something. And I feel like I am unable to fall back in love with life. When I think of relationships, friendships, romantic relationships, goals, career aspirations, lifestyle hobbies, I just feel confused. And it's a weird type of confusion. It's not like the type of confusion that feels like it can ever be worked through. It's like when you go through deep suffering, you can either go one of two ways. You can either grow and learn a lot, or you can crash and burn. But I also think there can sometimes be this weird middle ground where it's like the veil of what life really is gets lifted. You see behind the scenes. You see the fantasy isn't real. You see that friendships, relationships, a lot of it is selfish. Unconditional love doesn't exist because through your trauma you were forced to deeply perceive relationships and realize that things were not unconditional, and you did that to protect yourself. In friendships, you could say, well, they're your friend until you start to be very inconvenient. Let's say if you became really depressed. People often say, well, that's what friends are for, but quietly they actually mean, I will be your friend until this doesn't stop fast enough. Because everyone feels selfish, which is our natural way of being. So it's hard for me to fall back into the fantasy that, well, that's worth it. Because I don't feel anything for it anymore.
3,
Hobbies, I
2,
see
1,
the concept of them, I see goals, I see the concept of them. I'm like, yeah, but what is that for? If I am just still pursuing something to prove something, to use up this time on earth just to use it up, it feels empty. It all feels empty. And it's like I can't see the point in anything anymore. It feels like this horrible veil has
Your
been lifted,
team claimed the
and I
orb.
cannot fall back under the trance, the illusion of it all being worth it, of it all having meaning. Because obviously the meaning is created by the person. But if I fundamentally disagree with everything that is around me, where do you go from there? If I see relationships and friendships
Death
as this
vortex
fake performance
approaching.
no matter what, if goals feel like another way of trying to, prop myself up and prove to the world or prove to myself or
Round
something that I'm
lost.
worth something, if my career feels again like this weird thing of this popularity thing, this thing of feeling like, oh, I'm better than this person, this protects me more, or kids, or whatever makes people want to do things, it just all feels like some iteration of the same shit. Just playing this game that you can't win at. I don't feel connected to it. And I don't know what you do with that. I used to run away from this feeling by finding my meaning in
3,
literally,
2,
like I said
1,
previously,
fight.
trying to make people love me. Trying to do everything I could to be this illusion. But that's not possible anymore. And
Enemy player has reconnected.
it doesn't even work long term. The main question I have after all of this is, what do people live for? I do not understand any of it. I bring myself oftentimes on the weekend to lakes, to towns,
Enemy
and I
team
try and
claimed
just
the
put my
orb.
body into the situations to maybe create some spark again, something that wants to be here, that feels something, that feels this pull, this beauty. I don't. It feels similar to somebody that has seen something that's so violently horrendous that even when they're out of that situation and they're back home safe with their family and with everything they could ever want, they just cannot fall back into love with life. They just feel empty and they feel disconnected from people around them, and they feel like everything is just empty. Honestly, it scares me. It really does. Because you don't hear a lot about that part. I feel like you hear a lot about people talking about very specific things they struggle with and wanting specific solutions.
Enemy
But this
player
feels
has
more
disconnected.
existential,
An enemy has
and it
reconnected.
doesn't feel like it's something that I can answer. And I think a lot of us feel this way, and it's horrible. It's absolutely horrible because it's something that is so all-encompassing. It feels
3,
so much deeper than
2,
anything
1,
that anyone
fight.
tries to make you worry about every day. Yet you're still forced to play the role, play the performance, get up, go to work, put on a face, and pretend you're not dealing with this. Try and do things on the weekend you feel fundamentally pointless. And I don't want to become a monk. Oftentimes the answer to these things is, well, you've risen above the whole ego thing, or you've risen above the whole role society wants you to
Enemy
play, and you've
team
seen how
claimed
empty
the
it all
orb.
is, and you have to follow a different path. I don't want to follow a different path. I just want to enjoy my life. I just want to feel young, because I spent my entire teenage years feeling a 30, 40, I don't know. Now I'm in my early 20s, and I've got my life together. Yet I can
Enemy
just
team
sit in a room
claimed the orb.
filled with tears my age, and I just cannot connect to them. I cannot understand how they feel, and I can't understand how I feel in that moment. No matter how much I try, no matter how much alcohol I drink, I just can't get there.
The death
It's like
vortex is
you get the
incoming.
first curse of dealing with these issues, and then you get the double whammy of like, hey, and now these are fundamentally going to alienate you
Enemy
even
team
more
won
from
the orb.
people due to that experience itself, even if it's healed. So yeah, the meaning of life. I know everyone wonders that, but I guess this is just something I wanted to vent. I wanted to just talk about that. I definitely will keep talking about it because it's honestly something I just keep thinking about and ruminating over. You're not alone feeling this way, and it's deeply terrifying, and it's just, yeah, anyway, see ya.
Enemy player has disconnected. An enemy has reconnected. An enemy.
You can't afford to just walk around bare when you've never actually learnt how to be a human. You've never learnt to be a level-headed, well-adjusted person. You've only ever followed your rules, your frameworks, your ways of analysing the situations and the expectations and, you know, where you fit. They always say you have to break the cycle, but they never say how. Hey guys, today I wanted to talk about the torturous reality of being stuck in a cycle that you don't know how to stop. For many of us, and actually for most of us, we all function with coping mechanisms, right? Even if people say they don't have a vice, everyone has a vice. Sometimes people's vice is not having a vice, it's being super, uber, like, strict with themselves and perfectionistic and needing to do everything right. And obviously people with mental health struggles, with suffering, with an emptiness in your heart that is so unbearable, you can't help but have and need to have coping mechanisms. And obviously a lot of these coping mechanisms tend to be extreme. They tend to be dysfunctional, and most of the time they tend to be built off wrong beliefs, extreme beliefs, like I'm unlovable, I'm a failure, something bad's gonna happen, whatever it may be. And throughout the years, sorry if I seem a bit out of breath, I just finished doing exercise, which ironically is one of my cycles. And you think that's healthy, but I'll talk about that later. So throughout the years in therapy and stuff, I've always noticed that a lot of the consensus tends to be you need to let go of your rigid beliefs, you need to stop repeating the same pattern, some iteration of you can't, you know, nothing changes if nothing changes, you can't find your new way on the same road that brought you to wherever, you know what I mean. And that is very true. I know it's true because it makes complete sense. However, a lot of the time they say that, but not really anyone proposes ways to stop. Let me explain. I know it would obviously be, yeah, just over time, think about what you feel the urge to do and just over time find ways to diminish it. But I have noticed throughout so many years I have been stuck on the same cycle, and I have actually been powerless to stopping. For me, it comes from this extreme need to fix myself constantly, to escape the emptiness in my heart, to escape the feelings of absolutely unbearable, just horrible shame that is so awful that it literally feels like I would rather just drop dead. And I do that by chasing very, very surface level goals, thinking that those are going to be the things that are going to fix me. Like, oh, I just need to lose weight and then I can maybe start living my life, or then I can maybe start taking the risks that would then lead me to letting go of this rigid way of thinking. But first I need to get that protection, or, oh, I just need to make myself more attractive. Like me, a lot of it is appearance-based, but trust me, before it was so many other things. The appearance thing has been something that has stuck with me throughout when a lot of the things I ended up stopping. Like me, you also used to be sport. I used to use that as my identity, like winning, being an athlete, and it became so obsessive. Or it can be your personality, like external validation, which obviously is me as well. But like in my friendships, it was about, oh, I need to make them laugh all the time. And friendships were not about being authentic and connecting. They were about, let me make this person laugh. Let me constantly, in every moment I'm speaking to them, get validation that they like me. And if I don't get that, or I don't get enough, that means the friendship is on the line. They could see a crack in this performance and realize who I really am, and I can't handle that. The difficult thing is that a lot of the time these coping mechanisms were the only thing that saved us in our childhood, in our pain, in our confusion. And if you're actually unlucky enough, the worst thing that can happen is then being successful.
Won the ore.
Because then you will develop this very toxic relationship. Me, I obviously constantly strived to be the best possible, version of myself constantly in every domain. I felt I needed to be better than everyone, and I needed all of those things, not to feel good, but just about feel afloat. And it was only ever just about fighting off the pain, the emptiness, the demons. And every single time I'd get to a level, I needed to get even higher. And it became like a drug, because you have this kind of like juxtaposition of this extreme shame. You feel baseline all the time, but you try and escape. And then through these little glimmers of time, when you like achieve a goal, or you make someone laugh, or one of your weird plans works, you're obviously putting a lot of energy in, you get this like high almost. You get this kind of like, because there's such a big difference between that shame and then that moment of, oh my God, I'm not just baseline, I'm better than all these other people in this given domain or in this given moment. It's like, what? It's like this extreme drug-like feeling that you get addicted to, because it's like, maybe I'm not terrible, and maybe I'm better than everyone. Which obviously is the other end of it. And that's not reality either. For a long time, I thought me being aware of all my processes and all the things that I did and my coping mechanisms and where they came from was enough. In many ways, I thought, well, I'm aware, I'm hyper aware of all these things, so I've done the work really. But I realize no matter how much suffering and loss I've endured due to this unhealthy coping mechanism, these unhealthy beliefs, I still realize in many ways I'm completely powerless to stopping. Because you have to face the fact that if you don't do that coping mechanism, you don't have anything to just about keep you afloat. And in a world that constantly requires normalcy, performance, following social cues, social rules, relational expectations, you can't afford to just walk around bare when you've never actually learnt how to be a human. You've never learnt to be a level-headed, well-adjusted person. You've only ever followed your rules, your frameworks, your ways of analysing the situations and the expectations and, you know, where you fit. Or, oh, I don't have to worry about this. I just have to worry on this one extreme goal or this extreme like planning and routine I've given myself. And that just makes you push it all to the side, because everything will be fixed by this thing that's under your control. And honestly, without it, no one actually talks about it, but it's not really possible to survive. It's not. They talk about coping mechanisms like plant your feet on the ground, or, you know, name 5 things you can see, slow breathing, all these things. Now, I know those things obviously help, but when you're someone that has never even allowed yourself to get in touch with your body and has so much pain and unfelt feelings and unfelt confusion bubbling up on the surface, I'm sorry, but like slow breathing and planting your feet on the floor is not going to do shit. It's not. Over time it may, but even if it does do something for 10 seconds, there's 24 hours in a day, and if you're triggered all the time just from leaving the house, just from looking at people in the eyes, just from having a conversation, yeah, like naming 3 things you can, it's just not going to help you. It's not. And this is something I'm really wrestling with, because sometimes when I feel I'm doing better, I realize I am just following the same script I always follow, which is start a new plan without realizing, getting control, follow these eating rules, follow this regimen, and it's always this plan to make myself attractive, make myself the right version of me, and then I can start living, and maybe then doors will open and I won't feel the emptiness anymore. And over time, no matter how many weeks it goes through, obviously I feel like a robot, because no decision in the day is ever about what I want to do. It's about I need to follow this plan. Everything's on hold until I succeed this plan. And then I get to the end of the month, and whether I've achieved the goal or not, oftentimes I crash and burn before that, because hey, you can only ignore yourself and neglect your real needs for long enough until something screams enough. I'm not like a slave that is just made to be pretty or made to exist for other people's eyes. I realize, hey, I feel empty and I feel dirty because I have just sold weeks of my life, given them away to the eyes of people that don't even care about me, to the eyes of random strangers that I see on the street and wanting to look fuckable to them, basically, because I need that to feel like at least they don't hate me, because I think, I don't know, I cannot bear the feeling of rejection in any form. And by doing that, I think I'm reducing the likelihood of someone looking at me straight away and wanting to harm me, wanting to say, why the fuck is she looking at me? She's worthless. Which I know is so toxic. The ironic thing is, no matter how many times I follow this cycle, where I crash and burn, oftentimes I binge, I end up indulging in all the things I hadn't indulged in, something in me goes, enough, I need to be a person, I need to live for myself, I need to do something that is purely for me and not for making myself, molding myself into something I think I need to be just to feel safe. And before you know it, it's like amnesia. After a few days of that,
Enemy team
I look in the mirror,
orb.
I see a version of myself I think is a liability. I see it as, okay, I don't think on first glance that you matter, that you could matter to anyone. You need to become that thing again. Even if you're empty on the inside, nothing can come from what you are there.
Enemy team claimed
And
the orb.
even if it's hell, and even if it's not real, at least if you look better, maybe you can build something off of that. And that sounds so wrong, but to me it's like something I can't let go of. It's
Your
like
team
a
won the
visceral
orb.
feeling. And I've tried to not follow the cycle. I tried to not follow probably for a year and a half. And every single day I felt like I didn't exist. I felt like acid was burning
The
underneath my
death
skin.
vortex is
I
incoming.
felt like I wanted to just peel my skin off when I went outside, when someone looked at me. And yeah, I tried that. And guess what? I don't want to feel that all the time.
Enemy team won the orb.
But sometimes I guess it feels like there's no other way. You can't win either way. Last week, I didn't go to work
Enemy
Thursday
team
and Friday.
claimed the orb.
I binged all day on like ice cream, like crazy amounts of food. And I did something I hadn't done in probably like 3 years, which was purging. Because, not because I felt, well obviously I felt the feeling of I'm going to gain way more weight than is normal. But also
Your
because
team
I
won
realised
the
that the
orb.
only moments I have felt genuine pleasure in the last 2 years has been when I've been eating, which sounds so sad. And when I got full, I realised that
Round
experience
one.
was over. So I would purge so I could do it again. And I did that for a few days. And I guess the really hard thing is, right now, I'm feeling actually better than I felt probably in a couple weeks. And in a way that really irks me and puts me off. Because I know I've just finished that cycle. I know I've just hit the depths of the crash of that cycle. And I know that this feeling better probably isn't actually a genuine feeling betterness from a whole place, but actually it's probably more likely a more manic like beginning again of, hey, and we fucked all that up, now it's time to get to the start of the plan again, and we go all over again. And so
Enemy team
I don't even
claimed
want to
the
feel
orb.
this joy. But I hate that it's the only thing that ever pulls me out, because it's the reason I'm stuck. It's one. But yeah, I guess I just wanted to have an honest conversation about that, about the complexity of these cycles. Now this could be any kind of addiction, to be honest. But yeah, it's just not easy. It really isn't. When
Enemy team won
you
the
play
orb.
so deeply into your emotions, and oftentimes it's been the only thing that has been there to pull you out, to give you a taste of hope, a taste of maybe there is an answer, maybe there is something. If I just follow this, I don't have to worry about the emptiness. But yeah, you're
Enemy
not alone.
team won the orb.
See ya.
Death vortex approaching. Your team claimed the orb. Enemy team won the orb. Enemy team won the orb. Round lost.
Hey guys, it's been a couple weeks. I haven't done a video in a while because I, quite frankly, have been trying to just hang on to life, but I'm really having a lot of difficulty. Today I wanted to talk about burnout,
Three,
and
two,
what to do about it,
one,
because
fight!
I honestly have no idea how to live this life. I have no idea how to keep getting up in the morning, and it's getting harder and harder to do. It feels like life, as of recently and for a long time now, has been just about staying on the bus. Like, the way that life
Your
is
team
portrayed
won
and
the
things
orb.
are portrayed, it always comes across as the worst thing you can do is get left off the bus, so don't fall behind, don't fuck up your life. And by fucking up your life, it's always something to do with, you know, not doing your education or not doing your job or whatever it may be. And I held that so close to me because I did fuck up my life once before. And I fucked it up pretty
Enemy team
badly.
claimed the orb.
And it took about 4 years for me to get back to the point I would have been if I hadn't have fucked it up. However, getting back to that point didn't actually give me what I thought it would. I thought that everything would just be fine if I just made my life
Enemy
look on
team
paper
won
like
the
other
orb.
people's lives. So I did the right things, like education or job experience or whatever it may be. And I was so focused on making my routines
The death
the
vortex
correct
is
ones, eating
incoming.
well, doing all these things, that I kind of didn't realize that throughout that process,
Enemy
I
team
was
claimed
allowing
the
my
orb.
soul and heart to rot inside of me. And now it's like I'm living this life. I'm not fucking it up majorly, but I've never felt more empty inside. I don't live for myself. I live to follow the rules. Gotta go to work, gotta put on a mask, gotta eat this, gotta do this, gotta make myself look like this, because if I
Enemy
don't, something
team
bad will
won
happen.
the orb.
And every week, I'm literally just trying to get through a week, get through another week, get through another week, and there's never any end goal. It's always like, yeah, well, I just have to finish this degree, or I just have to finish this. And in the back of my mind, I notice I always have this belief that then I'll get a break. If I just get enough advance, enough margin, I'll be able to have a break at some point. But the issue is that that's not how life is set up. A break is seen as a failure, and actually, in the world, people don't just work for a couple years and then have a break. And I had this realization. I think I realized it. I have been realizing it, but I think there's a difference between knowing it and really knowing it. But I thought to myself, well,
3, 2,
I always romanticize
1,
this idea
fight.
that, well, I'll just push myself until I finally crack. And then when I crack, I'll have an excuse to have a break. Because I almost made peace with the fact that I'll never be normal, I'll never be able to live a normal life, and maybe I'll just be able to earn a rest at some point if it's really fucking bad or I lose my mind. But that's not how real life is set up.
Enemy team won the
And
orb.
the way I've been seeing it now, and the way time is going by so quickly, and there's not really anything I'm living for, apart from trying to not be hurt by people, which I'm failing at. I don't have any real goals that don't feel fake, that don't feel like they have some weird agenda behind them
Your
to do with
team
fixing
claimed
myself
the
in
orb.
some way or gaining validation in some way from people that actually don't care about me, because I don't let people get close to me and I don't know how. When I get to the weekend, I can never make my mind up over what to do. It's either, well, actually deep down I want to do nothing but bed rot and overeat, and if I could I'd be drinking and smoking, but those are two things I
Enemy
stopped a
team
long time
claimed
ago.
the orb.
And then I tell myself, well, that's not good. Nothing grows from that. You kind of just bombarded with it all over social media and the internet that, you know, the worst thing you can do is just throw your
The
life
death
away and bed
vortex
rot
is
and all this. And
incoming.
it is true. Like, you're not going to build the life you want from just staying inside and not actually interacting with anyone. But then the
Your
pressure to,
team
oh my god, I
claimed
need
the
to
orb.
fucking create a life, is the way I've been living for the past 4 years. And it's never left any room for me to enjoy my life. It's never left any room for me to be present in my life. It's only ever kept me in this state of, I've got to catch up. There's no time for joy because I'm not actually worthy of enjoyment yet, because
Enemy team
I don't know.
claimed the orb.
So then sometimes I'll force myself to do things like I'll bring my meat sack to the lake, or some other random place because I'll say I've not got to waste the weekend, and I hear my colleagues talk about what they do on the weekend. I'm just always shocked because I'm like, I can't believe you actually. So it's not fake. People actually do have vitality and they actually enjoy life. Crazy, like, sometimes you're so
Enemy
used to
team
your
claimed
reality.
the orb.
When you realise other people don't live at the same, it's even more isolating because you're like, oh shit. That's more of a reason for me to shut my mouth and lie right now because I can't even comprehend your situation the same way you probably couldn't comprehend mine. And the issue is that when I do end up doing something, I never enjoy it. It always felt like, oh, I did what I had to do. I did the thing so that I'm not critiqued by that critique in my head that tells me I'm not, whatever happens to me then in the future, I deserve it because I didn't try, I didn't, make an effort. But I know underneath it all, I'm burnt out. I'm absolutely burnt out from everything. The amount of energy it takes to mask these issues in the real world when you're at work, to mask the comical level of insecurity you feel, that is actually embarrassing to feel this insecure, to be this ashamed of yourself, that I actually am ashamed of the shame. So I've got to hide that. It's like this big secret. I've got to hide how hard I find it to make eye contact with people, how unsafe I feel with people that I shouldn't feel unsafe with. So I always try and say the things I would say, someone would say if they did feel safe. It never feels like I'm speaking. It's always some form of a performance. And I'm never really backing myself in it. I'm always fawning. Then you actually have the job. And then you have the extra time that's spent trying to maintain safety. So me, it's through trying to control my appearance and preventing me from making myself worse by binging, because that's my drug of choice.
3, 2, 1, fight!
Because I somewhere along the line I decided, well, I didn't decide, I felt that me looking a certain way meant people wanted to hurt me, people wanted to harm me. I thought if I'm not attractive, I shouldn't even look people in the eye because they will be disgusted. And I don't exist if I'm not attractive. But anyway, it's a whole other subject that I'll make a video on another time.
The orb.
But I guess what I just wanted to sit here right now and talk about was just the burnout. Honestly, every week I don't know how I'm going to get to the next. And I feel like I've been saying that for too long now, and I know it's going to give. But I'm afraid of giving because
Round lost.
I don't even remember what life... I don't know if I've ever known what life felt like as normal. Right now it's the weekend and I'm already thinking of Monday. I can't relax into the moment. I'm dieting at the moment. I'm doing my control mechanisms. It's just obviously not working anymore. My antidepressants don't work anymore. I've booked an appointment to change again, even though I don't want to. I've booked, maybe I'm looking into the possibility of TMS. It's like this electrical kind of like new therapy where they kind of do little zaps in parts of your brain that's apparently supposed to help. I don't know. You have to try, right? But I feel more and more exhausted. I feel more and more like I just don't care. You just want to do nothing. You just want to lie for as long as you can. But when I do get that opportunity, that's it still. I don't know. I really don't know. And it doesn't help that you have to keep going to work. You have to keep putting on a mask. So it forces you to be triggered all the time. And that isn't the environment in which you can actually sit with yourself and go, oh wait, so I've been in tunnel vision for the past 4 years, trying to survive being a normal person on the outside. I've never healed, I've never felt normal. And do I want to keep living my life that way? And do I even have a choice? So yeah. I guess that was just a little bit of a ramble. I'm sure a lot of you guys relate to that.
3, 2, 1, fight!
It's just so hard, really, because you can't talk to anyone about it. And even if you did, I mean, you don't want to just your own battle, and it's a lonely one, and it's so hard to know. But yeah, you're not alone, even though I hate that phrase as well. I really do. It's like, well, in my life I am alone, and when I'm at work I'm alone as well, and I do not see anyone around me with these issues. But I think we do have to realise though that even if we don't feel it, fortunately there is a community really. We are not alone, and it is not our fault, and even if society doesn't see it that way, we are very strong.
Your team claimed the orb.
And courageous, even if it doesn't feel like we're actively being the courageous ones, we're just enduring it. We need to stay on our sides for ourselves, and we need to start trying to really have ourselves back, because if no one else understands, we understand ourselves, and we know that it's not easy. And I really hope one day we'll make it out of here. And I'm making this video today to, I guess, show what it's like to deal with mental health issues that just don't go away. Last night I binged, and this is what it feels like waking up the next day. I'm so tired of living like this. I've been dealing with mental health struggles since I was 14 years old, and I'm 23 now. And I guess what annoys me is that when you go online, or even when you just look out into the world, no one ever fucking talks about people that just don't get better. They always talk about, oh, you have this? Just go to therapy. Go to therapy, make an effort. What if you've been going to therapy for 8 years and you still don't feel better? You still can't change your mind. Then the problem and the blame is put on the patient, like, oh, you know, they didn't want to change, they didn't try hard enough. You know, like that saying, how many therapists does it take to change a light bulb? You know, only one, but the light bulb had to want to change. You know, it's so that, and the issue is, when you've not got those sparkly mental health struggles that everyone loves to talk about online, you know, like anxiety and depression. Now, I'm not degrading those in any way, pretending they're easy. I know they're not, right? And that's why people are talking about them. But the issue is they're so watered down the way they're spoken about. And so whenever you have anything that is just not that is just less sparkly, understandable to the normal people issues, then it's like, oh, we don't know about that. Oh, that's a bit, don't talk about that, you know. It's like even with depression, people got upset when people actually started to talk about, hey, I haven't washed myself in 2 weeks, and people are like, yo, that's weird. Like, I know you have depression, but come on, like, get a grip, you know. It's just, I hate it. Like, me, like, I deal with technically complex PTSD or quiet BPD or whatever you want to call it. I mean, I don't even know labels anymore, because I always convince myself that every single label isn't right enough. I don't have one thing. I go, I don't have that then. I don't have that. Because it's like this constant mistrust in myself. It's like this black and white thinking. It's like, even in my own community of whatever you want to call it again, I will convince myself I'm not like them, that you know, even they would exist in their own little group, and I would just be outside of it. And as it is now, so I've been dealing with these issues since I was 14. It caused me to stop school for a few years. I couldn't leave the house. I kind of did something kind of similar on paper to like an agoraphobia, where I couldn't be seen. I couldn't go up to my village bakery and be seen by just a random old man because of my appearance. So I guess you'd classify that as BVD, except I don't, because obviously in my mind it's not that I see things that aren't there or I overinflate them. It's that I put all my value on the way I look. So if I don't look the way I think I should, I cease to exist to myself. It's a level of shame that is just so horrendous.
Enemy team
And 8 years
won
down the line, you can do everything right, and you can still fucking be in the same boat. It's like walking outside, and anyone that looked at me, no matter who they were, even if it was a fucking homeless person, not even, again, saying that that's a problem, but there's no level of boundary between me and those people. So every look, if someone looks at me, it's like someone jabbing into my heart, taking control of me. It's like I only exist through other people's thoughts of me that I create in my mind. And by that standard, you're basically a slave and at the mercy of any given person in the room. How you act, how you think they see you. And it becomes an obsession. For me, I know in order to live, in order to keep going outside, going to work, seeing people, I need to walk on this extremely tightrope. To do that, I need to eat a certain way, count all my calories, do all the healthy stuff, sleep, do my weightlifting, all this shit, to try and maintain an appearance. Not that I like, because that boat has sailed of ever thinking I getting to a point where I think I'm able to be like beautiful in the way I want to be or whatever, but just not look as bad as the version of me that causes me to basically self-isolate. And it's like slavery. It's like every league control, waiting to have the permission to live. And I never get there. I never really get there. And then when you do kind of get there, you just feel empty. You just are reminded that, oh yeah, I just feel empty all the time. I don't feel happiness. And this is what sucks, and again what people don't talk about, is you can do everything right. You can be going to therapy all the time, eating very healthy, walking, getting sunshine, sleeping well, doing exercise, forcing yourself outside to talk to people and go to social situations, and you can still just have this hole in your heart and this emptiness and this constant thought of, I don't know how to be here, I don't know how to feel good, I don't know how to connect with people.
Round lost.
And so for me, it's like the only times I feel free is when I'm doing something extreme. So when it's binging, because I have a history of eating disorders. So binging, smoking, drinking, any substance. And that's what I hate as well, is that people will say to people that have mental health struggles or just deep suffering, and they'll go, don't start drinking. That's going to make things worse. Oh, that's alcoholic talk or whatever substance it is. But then they get the ease to just say that and then turn around and go on with their life, where they get the luxury of being able to just exist and feel okay and just feel like they're happy to be here. They understand why they're here. And it's just this sense of, I can just live this life, go out on the weekend, probably play a bit of tennis, and I'm good. But you have to sit in that feeling. And it doesn't just last 10 minutes. It lasts the entire day. So it feels like you go all week to work, which is way harder for you than normal people. Right, I've been working at this job for about a year and a half now. It's only just now gotten easier. It's not easier seeing people. You have to pretend you're okay. You have to talk like you don't feel unsafe around people. Because that's also a big thing. It's like, I don't feel safe around people. Emotionally, I don't know how to connect with people. I pretend I do. I try and find some version of myself that knows what to say. I'm on SSRIs now, so that's gotten a little bit better, where I'm just not constantly looping about what's normal. I don't know what's normal. I don't know who I am. I've never had a thought in my life, And it's even harder when you can't talk to people about these things, because again, it's super taboo. It's like, if it's not that anxiety and depression, whoa, what do you mean? Like, whoa, that's weird. And so you have to basically live with this, and it's 90% of your life. And then when you're with people, you have to figure out what the 10% is and share that. So even if you have a laugh and you have a few jokes, it's not real connection. It just feels empty. And I've never felt close to people. I mean, I used to be very sociable when I was a younger teen, and I just had all the ways of being. And I remember it was just, I needed so much more from life. And I think a lot of people in this situation do. It's like, a lot of the time you're in pursuit of something, a version of yourself or a goal that's supposed to give you some form of salvation, some form of, I'm okay, I'm safe, I can relax. And me, it's it's like I've gone through so many different identities over the years. I used to be the perfectionistic athlete where I needed to get every single part, master every single part of my life. So in athletics, I was a very sporty girl. Athletics, I was county champion and I had to become regional, and it got to a point where I used to train every other day, and every single time I'd train, I'd get anxiety while I was running. I'd get that voice in my head going, you are lazy, you're worthless, you're not trying hard enough. So while I was doing the thing that is supposed to be the right thing, I'd still find a way to put myself down that I wasn't doing it well enough. So you're just living in anxiety. With my friendships, like I had quite a lot of friends, and my goal was never, to me, friendship, it wasn't about being real, it wasn't about being authentic. It's only ever been about performing. It's about, I used to have this invisible quota of how many times I'd have to make them laugh in order to be safe. And the connection to me was on a fine line. It was based on every time I was with them. If I made them laugh enough, I knew I was safe, because I knew while they were laughing, they loved me. They had to. Because laughing is it will make people love you, and you don't have to go any deeper than that. Because I didn't want to. I didn't know how to. And if I thought, oh, I didn't make them laugh today, or I didn't make them laugh enough, again, deep toxic shame of, I don't exist, I'm losing everything. And that's all it ever was. And so even if I did get people that were my friends, people that said they loved me, it just used to slide off the side of me, because it was just like, yeah, well, I'm manipulating you, you love what I'm showing you. I'm not, you don't know me. And if you did, you'd go away. And that's just a fact. And then with eating, it became a thing, and that's how it kind of jump-started the issues. I became anorexic at 14 for a bit, and then after that, that's when everything fell apart, when I was mastering every aspect of my life. My appearance as well, trying to be the prettiest version of myself. And I just fell apart, because nothing was ever enough. I felt as worthless as ever. And I went the other way. That's what you do. You go into the other extreme, where I self-isolated and I started being a rebel. I started smoking, drinking, hiding. And again, it's like, I can't understand how people just live. I don't understand how they can just enjoy life. And me personally, I don't know how to exist as myself. I don't know how to connect with people. I don't know how to feel safe in the world. And the amount of energy it takes every single day just to exist and survive, it takes everything. And now I know today, like, I've been having constant binging, because for the past year and even 4 years, I've been really consistent in control, but it makes you feel like an NPC all the time, just existing to follow your routines, because if you don't, something bad will happen. And if you do, well, you just about are able to see people, but again, it's like empty. And if you don't, well, your life falls apart. Your life, the amazing life you have. And I don't have an answer. I guess I just wanted to talk about my experience and just have someone, if someone sees this, know that they're not alone, in the sense where people talk about it a lot, like, oh, I did this therapy, I did IFS, I did this and I feel better, or oh, I just go on a walk and I feel better. Or all the stupid things sometimes, like, put your feet on the ground and take 3 deep breaths. Do that for 5 minutes. Let me know how you feel. Got it. Sorry, there was a noise in the background. But actually, sometimes you can be doing every single thing right, and you can consistently do it for a long time, and it doesn't mean the hole in your heart's going to go away. It doesn't mean you're going to feel safe. And also, another part that people don't talk about is that they assume that people that have bad mental health struggles can just change. Like if you take the example of a crazy person, whatever that may be, and you pretend, if you speak reason to them, there's going to be a part of their mind that isn't crazy that's going to take that and view it in a not crazy way. It's like an infection. It's like going to infect that, even if that's true, and turn it to its own definition of it and try and apply it. That's what I did for years. I go, mindfulness doesn't work. Self-compassion doesn't work. I've been doing it every day obsessively, and I feel worse and worse. And without realizing it, what I thought was self-compassion was not self-compassion. It was forcing self-compassion and getting really upset. I need to do self-compassion correctly. And that's everything but self-compassion. That's more self-hate. And then you blame self-compassion. But the thing is like, doesn't feel like it's in your DNA, in your capacity, because it's not something your brain is hardwired to do when you have these mental health struggles. And that's what people don't talk about as well. They just assume you can go into a session and do shit that even fucking normal, healthy-minded people can't do, because some people, they can't even kick the habit of, like, you know, smoking or, you know, whatever it may be. And they assume somebody where it's not just like, oh, this is just a bit inconvenient, but their entire sense of self and identity and safety in the world is riding on these complex mechanisms their brain created to survive, and just think, oh, I'll just an hour in a week and I'll just not do that anymore because the stakes are not high. It just is exhausting. It's exhausting. And yeah, that's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to say that life is very hard and it's not fair. And for a lot of us, it's just, yeah, it's exhausting. So, yeah.
One time, my mom said, I was telling her like what I wanted to do. I was like right out of high school or still in high school. And I told her I wanted to be a music video director because back then in the 90s, that was all the rage, music videos. And when I was telling her I wanted to go to LA and like study film and do all this stuff and make videos for musicians, she said, oh, people like us don't make it like that. Say we're not successful in that way. We don't make it that far up in life. And that destroyed me. That just totally flattened my dreams, aspirations, whatever you want to call them. I internalized it, myself up, and it became true. Here I am. That's it. So it hurt. So it hurt the most. Those are the most hurtful things, that we can't make it. I could make it. Maybe you can't make it. I could make it. I should have told her that, but I didn't. I made it come true.
But you can make it, and you could still make it. Have you thought about that?
It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. I don't want to. Maybe that's what she meant. We're too lazy to do that. Maybe that's what she meant. Ultimately, she was right.
Was something that my sister said to me, or asked me, actually, it was a question. She asked me why she had Down syndrome and why I did not. And I think it was sad because I had no idea how to answer. Because yeah, I'm still working in my head through that one, why we're born certain ways. I think it's something I'll probably always deal with. But I think I'm definitely healing guilt, or healing, that feeling of guilt that I have for things that predate me, because she's older than me, and also that have nothing to do with me. I'm just a bystander.
I don't know. My mom says all kinds of painful things. Probably like I regret having you. Probably that. For me, I always remind myself that it must be harder to be her than it is to be around her. So I try and have empathy and compassion for that. That if I was her and I was going through what she goes through and I struggle with what she struggles with, that it would be hard for me too. And I would have moments where I made mistakes. So that's how I get through it.
I was a lad and doing my usual show-off, talk all the time routine, looking for attention, and I got the attention from a couple of girls who weren't into me, and one of them said, "Do you have an off button?" And that struck me, cut me to the quick. Now it's a joke. I've layered it over. It's a pearl now, not a grain of sand.
That my mom actually asked my dad to get me and my two siblings versus my dad taking us on his own volition. Yeah. Basically being told that my mom no longer wanted her kids.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Because I had been living with this narrative that my dad saved us, which he did. He still did. But he did it partially because he was prompted to do it. You know what I mean?
Does it still hurt?
No. Because I'm so grateful for my dad for doing that. And I'm where I am and who I am because my dad saved us, essentially.
My ex-boyfriend told me I was abusive, and I've been doing a lot of reflection on it. And I think that really he was the abusive one, and it was very hurtful because it makes me overthink every single thing I do or say to anybody now. So it's kind of like his abuse did really mentally with me, and that hurts.
Yeah, I remember when I was younger, my grandparents basically saying like, you know, if you're gay, we will still love you, but we won't associate with you and we'll disown you. So I've always remembered that, and that is, you know, something that I've kind of haven't been able to let go just yet. So
the most hurtful thing that somebody said to me is like they were ashamed to be with me because I am not the person that I used to be.
I was dating this guy and he told me that he wouldn't introduce me to his mom until I lost weight.
Being told that you are too much is probably the most hurtful thing anyone has ever said to me.
That I wasn't worthy of love. That you deserve the world, but I don't know how to give it to you.
Ooh, I don't even want to say it out loud. That being with anyone after their ex felt wrong. It was in a different context. It was actually after we dated when we were friends, and they just kind of said it without thinking. But we dated after he broke up with an ex who was real in love with, and said being with anyone after her just didn't feel right. It felt fake, and I was like, oh shit, cool. Yeah.
It was when I was a sophomore in high school, and I was hanging out with my grandma, who's Cambodian, and I had really, really long hair at the time. I had waist-length hair, and it had always been kind of a big deal to me, and I wanted to cut it, and I was telling her about my plans to get it cut pretty short, and I have pretty short hair now, and I've had it short since then. But she asked me if I had asked my dad for permission to get it cut, which was something that I had kind of just brushed off as classic grandma pulling an old patriarchy thing. But as I've continued to mold that over, it has been something that I return to a lot, thinking about my own I don't know, existence, upbringing, development, etc. So.
I would say the most hurtful thing I've been told was I'm never going to be anything. Yeah, I won't accomplish anything in my life. I almost believed it. I felt like they knew. So it was kind of one of those things I had to overcome growing up.
And did you prove them wrong?
Oh, definitely. I'm doing great now.
Someone told me that they hope that my wedding sucks.
Did you have your wedding yet?
Yes, it was yesterday.
It was?
Yeah.
And how was it?
It was amazing. I had an ex-boyfriend one time who was talking about how like conventionally attractive he thought he was, I guess. And he says to me, he's like, well, you're not conventionally beautiful. It sticks with me, like, you know, as a woman, you are thinking about how you thinking about beauty standards a lot, and I always come back to that, like, well, I'm not conventionally beautiful, so I have to work my unconventionally attractive qualities, I suppose, you know?
I think it was also because of the person that told it to me, who was someone that I thought I really knew me really well, but he told me that I don't have dreams. And I was so offended by that because I have such big dreams, and this person that knew me so well, I thought this of me, and I was shocked. I was flabbergasted.
So the most hurtful thing that I've ever been told was the reason why I got cheated on, and it was because I was too sad. I really felt like betrayed and like really hurt, because it's like, you know, this was like my partner, and it was like, you know, when I needed you the most, like you cheat on me and like do that while I was sad. Like I was depressed. Like I was depressed. So like, yeah.
I reached out to an ex of mine before I was having a surgery, just to be like, hey, before I go through with it, I just wanted you to know that I care about you, and just kind of like said some kind things. And she responded by saying, I have a partner right now, and we both don't feel comfortable with you contacting me. And that hurt my feelings. Sometimes I still feel the pain when I think about it. As compared to other things that might have been painful that don't really resonate as pain now.
So mine was like when I was struggling with eating and like just my body image in general. And I went to Italy, which is like where I'm from, and I was in a bathing suit, and like I already wasn't feeling that great. And then my grandma like looked at me and she's like, damn, like you'd be perfect if you lost some weight. And like that just kind of hit, because I was like that's what I was trying, or not trying to do, but I was trying to like accept myself for who I was, and then her saying that was like, you need to be better. And yeah, so that was my most painful thing.
I think one anecdote that sticks out is one time I was in the Whole Foods parking lot with my mom when I was in high school, and I'm a junior in college now. I don't remember exactly when this happened. And I was like, hey, Mom, I think maybe that I have like social anxiety. And I didn't really think anything of it. I thought she would be like asking questions about it, because we have a pretty close relationship. But she said like, oh, I hope not, like don't turn out to be weird or something like that. And I was like, oh, okay, I will not bring this up with you further. And then it made me hesitant to like further explore it when I was in high school, which probably would have been helpful given me having difficulties with socializing with people in high school. So yeah.
The most painful thing I remember that sort of just like hurt me in a way was like when I told my mom that I felt like I couldn't like live anymore. Like I don't want to do this anymore. Like I just can't do it. And I started like telling her about like things that happened in my past that she just like didn't know about. The thing that like hurt me was she was like, you were meant to go through that stuff. It was like to make you stronger, but it just made me feel a lot weaker, because I feel like I wanted to be a normal person. It just hurt to hear that my mom, like, it almost felt like she cared, but like she cared in like the wrong way. This is like the first time I was like actually truthful with her, so like it like hurt me to hear that she was like, it's for the best that you were like very much destroyed in a way, like as a child. And I guess that's like the most painful thing I've heard.
Hey everyone, for those of you who are new, my name is Thoraya and I'm the girl behind the camera. Make sure to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you'll be notified every time I have a new episode up. And follow me on Instagram, I'll be posting more on there. As always, thank you guys for everything. I love you all, and I'll see you next time.
Enemy team won the orb. team claimed the orb. Enemy team claimed.
I'm making this video today to, I guess, show what it's like to deal with mental health issues that just don't go away. Last night I binged. Today I wanted to have an honest conversation about the truth of healing from CPTSD or quiet BPD or any similar type of mental illness, really, because I feel like there is a lot of misinformation online about the reality of living with these conditions that I think is extremely harmful. I have been personally in therapy since I was 14. I'm 23 now, and since that age there wasn't a moment where I wasn't actively trying to get better. I was somebody that was very self-aware, and so I was very aware I'm dealing with issues, I've got a weird view of things, and I was able to explain it very clearly to every single therapist I had, and that didn't change anything. You can go to therapy for years and years and years, and the issue really about this kind of the way it's portrayed online and even just with people between each other that don't really have any real knowledge of these things is there's this idea that, well, oh, you have, XYZ issue, you have XYZ mental health struggle, just go to therapy. Go to therapy, practice a tool, whether it be CBT, DBT, IFS, somatic, whatever it may be, and within a few months to a couple years, you'll be healed and your inner child will thrive and you'll love yourself and set boundaries. Like, I feel like that's the most archetypical thing that they all say, right? And that's not the reality. That is not the reality of healing from extremely complex issues like complex PTSD, unfortunately. And the problem is that then the burden is placed on the patient for not getting better. It's like, why am I not able to do this? Why hasn't things changed? And if you're naturally somebody that already deals with a lot of toxic shame, where you blame yourself, where you overthink, that you have problems with over-control, this will literally be the perfect fuel to beat yourself up, to keep fueling this self-hatred fire. And without even realizing it, therapy itself is going to be another vessel for you to absolutely destroy yourself with. And then what, That is the most, I think, heartbreaking situations to be in, when you start to then, reject therapy itself. Therapy itself becomes a source of anxiety, a source of pressure. I want to talk also about the complex nature of change and healing, in the sense of you can be somebody that hates your life every single day. You can hate and be very aware of all your faulty thoughts, and you can go to therapy every week. But deep down, you can be missing extremely important cues from yourself. What I mean is, I have only been realizing probably for the past year, honestly, probably a lot longer than that I had been going to therapy without truly wanting to change. I was aware, oh, I'm a people pleaser, I have no sense of self, I have an extreme dependence on outside views of me, any given person in any room has the power to crush my sense of self, I have extreme toxic shame, you know, all of the very archetypical things of quiet BPD or complex PTSD or whatever label fits the best. And I could explain to you perfectly every single thought I was having, why it was faulty, where it came from, why I can't stop. And every single therapist I had would just say, oh my God, yes, you're so aware. And I would try IFS. So that's parts work. That's a way of framing it. I would try mindfulness. I would try tapping, EFT. And every single time I tried, it became a monster in my head. Because in reality, I didn't even know what my thoughts are most of the time. When you operate from a brain that has been so used to abusing itself, so used to having extremely black and white thinking every day, extremely hypervigilant, lots of catastrophizing, you name it, assuming, and this is not your fault, it's the online community, it's society, whatever it is, assuming that that same brain that basically has been beaten up and hardwired to work in an extremely virus-like faulty way, assuming that that same brain is somehow going to be able to take on a tool and not transform it into another thing that is going to keep sustaining that fire is wrong. It's wrong. And the issue is the burden falls on the patient. Like when you're not able to do a lot of these complex visualizations and things that take a very, very astute ability to have an awareness of what you're feeling, an awareness of if that's being honest, and especially if you're dealing with relational trauma, the ability then to communicate that to your therapist without also trying to people please somehow, because hey, the therapist is also a person that deep down you want to like you, right? If you haven't made any progress, or you feel like you haven't made any progress, and you're someone that just keeps thinking, you just keep trying, but every single thing you try, it doesn't work, or in the sense where you try it and you keep getting blocks, and you overthink one aspect, and you can't seem to get past a certain thing, or sometimes you notice you just get angry when you're doing it, and you reject it, you push it back and you don't do it, and then you blame yourself. You go, well, I don't even want to do the thing that could help because it's not helping, or I don't know, my life feels like constant pressure. It's not your fault. Unfortunately, this is the best we have to offer now, and those tools, they are helpful, but you're not ready for them. When you're dealing with so many triggers, like think about it, like an abused dog that's in a room, it can't just get put into a happy, healthy family and function. And even if it's constantly modeled love, some dogs, they never heal. They never trust people, right? Now think about a human brain. You're hardwired for survival, you're hardwired for relationships, and you have wounds that are so deep, right? And assuming that you're just going to be able to bypass that and apply whatever, trendy tool or newest thing, whether it's polyvagal theory or EFT or IFS or whatever. Now, again, this isn't me saying that those are not helpful tools. They are. They definitely are. But unfortunately, the way to access them already needs and asks, requires oftentimes a level of already existing self-regulation that a lot of people don't have yet. And sometimes, unorthodoxically and paradoxically, I mean, the best thing you can do is to stop trying altogether. And that's probably something that obviously feels very anxiety-inducing, because number one, our society is not built on those beliefs. Already for normal people that are struggling, there's a sense of guilt when you sit down for a second and you're not doing something productive from your free time or whatever it may be, because it's seen as something bad is going to happen if I'm not holding life by the reins.
Round one.
But it's even more so like that when there's this sense of urgency of I'm dealing with these mental health struggles, I'm dealing with this hypersensitivity, I'm not safe in the world, I don't feel safe, I'm masking every single day, I can't live like this, I have to fix this. And then it doesn't help on top of that when online and just in general there's all these kind of views of, you know, you just gotta realize nobody's gonna come and save you. Like, what is that supposed to do? Like, I understand that to some people that motivates them, but like me personally, the only thing that's ever done for me is basically just heighten the abuse to myself, because it's like, yeah, you piece of shit. Like, if you're not changing, you're just assuming someone's gonna save you. No, some people can't even quit smoking, right? And I'm not saying smoking is easy to quit, but what I'm saying is that's something that is just like a physical addiction and mental. But when now we're talking about changing something that is so much deeper than a habit, it's so much it's hardwired into your sense of self, your sense of safety in this world. And assuming by doing 1 hour session a week where you're talking to someone that's basically being paid to look at you and listen and agree with you, to do something that oftentimes feels so ridiculous. And then try and practice it on your free time or when you're in situations, and then hating yourself because you're not feeling any better, hating yourself because you feel more and more confused, and then the only things online is like, oh, I tried for 3 months, so I did this, and you just gotta keep trying, and if it isn't working, you're not trying hard enough. It's just more abuse. And sometimes that thing that you know about yourself, and I'm not talking about like enabling, right? Because there is obviously a fine line, and it does depend on the person. But I think the thing that you're screaming for, something that you're constantly feeling inside, deep down, if the world was your oyster, and there's just this feeling, I just wish this, that is the truth. And even if it sounds wrong, like, but that's not going to get me anywhere. Like me, for years, the only thing I've ever really felt deep down when trying, and I have tried and I keep trying, and I'm never not trying, all the shit I do every day is all to like manage being out in the world and not just hiding away for the rest of my life and becoming a recluse. And it's exhausting. And every single time my brain would be going, why do I have to do all this? I'm tired of having to do all this shit every single day. I can probably count 3 seconds in the day where I'm not doing something that I don't want to do to manage shit that I don't want to have to manage. 3, right?
2, 1, fight.
That is something in you that's going, enough. I don't have a sense of agency in my own life. No matter if whatever you're doing is healthy on paper, like me, it's like eating all these vegetables, exercising, walking, getting sunlight, sleeping well, not drinking, not smoking. All this shit, if deep down you're doing it from a place of hate, and you're not listening to yourself, right? And sometimes the best thing you can do is take a step back and stop. And honestly, listen to yourself. And if you don't know what to listen for, and you just go, I don't know, then that's the truth.
Your team claimed the orb.
Just sit with that. Because healing, it's not what you think it is. And it's not as simple as people make it out to be. And you are on the right track no matter what, because you want to change on some level. But it's sometimes a lot more complicated than it comes across. But it's essential that you understand that doesn't mean you're failing at it. And it doesn't mean that you'll never get there. It just means that you need to first go through the honest process. You have to be honest with yourself, as wrong and embarrassing as it may feel, where you go, well, I don't want to accept that I'm still at this point. I don't want to accept after 10 years of therapy, I still don't want to change. I don't want to accept that I still believe my hardwired beliefs and I'm not ready to budge them. That's embarrassing. You go, no, but I want to move on. I want to move on. So I'm just going to bypass that and go to therapy and keep fucking trying anyway. You're not going to get past, and you're never going to reach a positive outcome from abuse. And on some level, ignoring what you're feeling and trying to push, it's like, bringing, a sick crying child to the fun fair. Like, you can push it into the situation, put it on rise. The kid is sick. And you're just going to get it worse because you're not allowing this kid to rest and you're not actually listening to the child. And that's just going to keep the process and the sickness going on longer. So yeah, I don't know if any of that made sense. It's been a while since I've been on this channel, but I would like to continue posting and speaking about what it really is like to experience these type of issues. So yeah. See ya.
Three, two, one, fight. Enemy team won the orb. disconnected. An enemy has disconnected. Match victory.
I've had many patients, but one sticks out in my brain in particular where she never really had any romantic relationships.
Today, I'm making this video today to, I guess, show what it's like to deal with mental health issues that just don't go.
Let's talk about why female social dynamics genuinely terrifies me as an autistic woman. Before I get into today's video, I just want to make a very quick but sincere disclaimer because I am genuinely so scared of how people are going to react, specifically women. Like, women scare me. You guys have no idea how much women scare me. And I think that's just a testament to how traumatizing socializing could feel as an autistic woman. The patterns of behavior and socialization that I'm going to be deconstructing in today's video is not going to apply to every woman out there. And obviously, it's going to get more complex and intricate as we start to talk about different cultures, as we start to talk about different gender identities, gender presentations, all that kind of stuff. And obviously, because I'm generalizing in a sense, I'm not going to be able to get into all those little intricacies. But just know that just because I'm not getting into those intricacies doesn't mean that I'm ignorant to those intricacies existing, you know? Even though I'm talking about these are behaviors that women tend to exhibit, and this is how it tends to affect autistic women, it doesn't mean that men can't exhibit these behaviors. It doesn't mean that these behaviors can't affect men. And it doesn't mean that if you don't perfectly fit within the confines of what I'm describing, it doesn't apply to you and it can't apply to you. Obviously, every situation is going to be a little bit different, but like I said in my last video, I'm taking a concept and I'm trying to deconstruct it, and I'm trying to present that concept to you guys. The only way I could do this is by generalizing to a certain extent, because if I don't do that, this video would be hours long if I were to divulge every little detail within this system into its subcategories of how it could branch off in all these different ways. Like, it's just not possible. Unless I'm writing a book with multiple chapters, unless I'm making a documentary, like, I can't get into every little nitty-gritty detail. So I understand I'm going to be generalizing. I understand that not all women are going to be like this. Although I'm going to be speaking on the harms of those behaviors, I understand that those behaviors are born from oppressive systems existing. And I also understand that those same behaviors of survival are oftentimes very, very harmful for certain types of people, oftentimes marginalized people. I understand the nuance of all that, okay? I don't want people to think that just because I'm clearly naming harmful behaviors that a lot of women and groups of women can exhibit, it means that I'm not understanding of why those behaviors exist in the first place. It doesn't mean I'm demonizing these women who are like this. I'm just trying to map out a system and how it affects every person involved within the system. This is the journey of deconstruction. This is the journey of understanding how our oppressive systems actually impact us as humans, our behaviors, our copes, and how these aren't just ambiguous behaviors that we adopt. They have very clear reasons and causations, and so therefore they have very real effects on people who don't know how to properly exist within those systems. And so I hope this disclaimer covered everything about what I wanted to say before I get into today's video. As you can see, I'm very anxious, right? Anytime I make a video deconstructing behaviors of women and how we're socialized, I always get really, really intensely negative responses. The only video I've ever made where I had to turn comments off was when I was trying to talk about fashion and its correlation to neurodivergence versus neurotypicals. And when women on the internet got a hold of that, they were just so mean. I just have fears that the same thing is going to happen with this video. I hope it doesn't, because I think this conversation is so important to have. And I really want to believe that people are going to listen to this video and listen to what I have to say with good faith and not be immediately defensive and want to start fights and whatnot. I hope that people are going to have really, really necessary and nuanced conversations with this topic, because it's going to have to do with the deconstruction of gender roles, patriarchy, all that kind of stuff. And honestly, ableism as a subcategory of all this. I don't know. I don't know how it's gonna go. I hope this disclaimer does help somewhat in allowing people to better understand where I'm coming from so that they won't misunderstand me. But then again, usually people who are already committed to misunderstanding me don't really care to actually listen to these disclaimers, which is the irony of all this. But I at least wanted to do my due diligence in putting this disclaimer out there and explaining where I'm coming from. But yes, with that being said, let's just dive into this video. Let's have this important discussion and let's deconstruct together.
Just texted my friend if they wanted to go to lunch and they said sure. Oh, I didn't know that you wanted to sever ties with me. Oh, I didn't know that I was a hideous beast and you hated me. I didn't know that. It's okay. I'll just block your number. You've probably already blocked mine. You probably fucking hate me. You probably have a voodoo doll and you just keep fucking poking it.
Oh, have you watched any good shows recently?
Yeah, actually, I just finished up Severance. The finale was insane.
Oh yeah, I heard that one was good. What toppings did you get?
I got M&Ms.
Oh, just M&Ms?
Yeah, mini M&Ms.
Cool. Did you want to know what toppings I got?
As an autistic woman, engaging in group dynamics with other women has honestly been one of the most terrifying social experiences of my life, because so much of female socialization relies on covert communication. There's this entire invisible relational network operating underneath the surface at all times. Everyone is subtly tracking each other emotionally, socially, relationally. People are keeping track of who affirmed who reciprocated, who mirrored who correctly, who is aligned, who is safe, who is a threat, who belongs, and who doesn't. And as an autistic woman, I often feel like everyone else got the manual except me. Now, one of the biggest behaviors that women within group dynamics exhibit that genuinely scares me is the giving to get dynamic. This is basically when women perform care, and it's not necessarily because they want to, although it can come from genuine care, but the primary reason for them performing care is to actually get their own needs met by you. Usually this behavior is born from women not being able to directly communicate when they have a need. And so the only way to get a need met is to first do it for another person, because now that person is obligated to do the same thing back for you in the name of reciprocity.
So how many siblings did you say you had?
I have two. I have two brothers.
Oh my gosh, that must have been so fun growing up with two brothers.
And so this becomes an issue when women end up overextending themselves and offering love and care to other people when they genuinely don't want to and aren't capable of it. How often do we hear women guilting other people, whether it's their own children, family, friends, partners, I do this for you. I sacrifice this for you. Why can't you just do this back for me? I do so much for you guys and I never get what I need back. You guys don't even care. We hear this all the time. And it's because women are fundamentally socialized to not ask other people to meet a certain need we have, right? We're not taught that our needs are valid to begin with, let alone being able to ask for it confidently and assertively is also not going to be taken well by others. And so this is why a lot of women end up self-sacrificing and over-giving, not out of genuine love and care, but out of simply needing to get their own needs met. And this is also why a lot of women also harbor a deep sense of resentment when people in their lives are not reciprocating love and care back to them.
What toppings did you get?
I got M&Ms.
Oh, just M&Ms?
Yeah, mini M&Ms.
Cool. Did you want to know what toppings I got?
And this becomes an issue for people like me who take things literally as a default. There's been so many times throughout my life where a woman will compliment me, for example. I will just say thank you, right? And I won't necessarily return the compliment back because to me, it's just like I see it as you noticing something and wanting to compliment me. And I'm going to receive that compliment, that gesture, and let it actually sink in and appreciate it. And so in moments where I'm not returning a compliment back, it will pretty immediately be interpreted as me actively rejecting this person and their needs. And it makes a lot of sense, right? Because if someone's complimenting you because they genuinely want to, they're not going to interpret you saying thank you as rejection, right? But if someone is complimenting you specifically for you to compliment them back and you don't compliment them back, of course they're going to interpret your lack of complimenting them back as you actively rejecting them and not liking them. Does that make sense? And obviously, as an autistic person, I'm not going to know why you're doing something to me. I'm not going to interpret the underlying meaning behind it. And this is why I think over time, I've grown to be very weary and almost skeptical and cynical of the love, care, and connection that women offer me because I never really know how genuine it is or whether or not this woman is only saying or doing certain things because it's expected, it's normal, or they need something from me. But also, they're gonna hold it against me when I'm not going to immediately jump into doing the same things back for them, right? It's like, am I a dog? Just because you throw a treat at me doesn't mean that I now owe you something, right? If you want something, ask me, and I can figure out whether or not I'm willing to do it for you. It should be that simple. But I understand that women aren't socialized to be able to ask for things. So in a sense, I understand where this harmful behavior comes from, but at the same time, it has really profound harmful effects on.
Hey guys, it's been a couple weeks. I haven't done a video in a while because I, quite frankly, have been trying to just hang on to life. But
in 1968, there was a behavioral researcher named John B. Calhoun who built a paradise, or at least the mouse version of a paradise. And this mouse paradise, it had unlimited food and water. There were no predators whatsoever. The climate was perfect. There was a very comfortable nesting space. There was more room than the population would ever need. And every variable that normally would limit a mouse population had been removed. So the whole thing was specifically engineered so that nothing could go wrong. I mean, it was a literal utopia. And then he just stepped back and he watched what unfolded. So initially, the population exploded, as you might expect. And then around the 600 mouse mark, something started to change. Calhoun noticed that the social fabric started to come apart in ways that weren't really hard to recognize at first. So some parts of the colony actually got more violent, and other parts became weirdly quiet. Reproduction started to slow down naturally, and then something especially strange started happening. There was a subset of male mice that did something that Calhoun found harder to explain than the violence. So this group of mice, they just stopped. They basically just stopped participating in mouse life completely. And it wasn't because they were sick or injured or anything like that. They just withdrew from the colony's social world, and they spent their time eating and grooming themselves with what Calhoun described as almost obsessive, with an obsessive attention. So they were in perfect physical condition with a complete behavioral absence. And he gave these mice a nickname. He called them the beautiful ones. All right, so the official name for the Mouse Utopia experiment was is Universe 25. And so once the population finally peaked at around 2,200 mice, it reached a tipping point and it started to collapse. And so by the end of the downfall, there were no new mice being born at all. And I think one of the things that makes Universe 25 particularly disturbing is that it didn't end from disease or starvation or, you know, any of the usual suspects. It ended from something that took Calhoun a number of years to actually understand and define properly, which we're going to get to. So, I've been thinking about the beautiful ones on and off for a while now because I've noticed an interesting correlation to some rather disturbing things that are happening in our society currently. One of which is this phenomenon, which you may have heard of, that's coming from Japan, known as hikikomori. This is where you have a growing number of mostly young men who are withdrawing so completely from society that their bedroom pretty much has become their entire world. And, well, this isn't just happening in Japan, by the way. I mean, this is happening in other countries around the world as well. And well, the other thing that the beautiful ones made me think of is this whole looks-maxing trend that's happening, where you have mostly young men who've become obsessively focused on optimizing their physical appearance while withdrawing from any meaningful social interaction. I mean, this is basically grooming as a substitute for actual living, right? Which is, well, not to be too on the nose about this, it does seem to be almost exactly what Calhoun was watching in 1968 in mice, before any of this had a name. All right, so the more popular interpretation of Universe 25 is that it was just an issue of overpopulation. There were too many mice, there wasn't enough space, so the system collapsed. End of story, right? I mean, it's a clean, simple, but slightly terrifying analysis. However, as it turns out, that is not quite what happened. And, well, Calhoun spent years trying to push back against that interpretation because he believed that it missed the more disturbing point, which is that the collapse was ultimately about roles. More specifically, the collapse of meaningful roles. So what happened was when the population got dense enough, the normal behaviors that constitute mouse life, such as, establishing territory and courting and mating and raising young, navigating the social hierarchy and so forth.
Round lost.
These things became functionally pointless. There was no unclaimed territory. And so the social structures were just too crowded to navigate in any way that produced results, meaningful results. And, when effort consistently produces nothing, well, then you eventually stop making the effort, right? And if you think about it, that's actually pretty reasonable. I mean, the mice, they were just doing like cost-benefit analysis and coming to the conclusion that participation just wasn't really worth it anymore. Which really, that's an extremely relatable thing to do. And, it's also apparently how civilizations end. So the next time someone accuses you of doing a cost-benefit analysis of, getting off the couch, you can tell them, look, you're just stress testing the social contract. Very important work. All right, so the beautiful ones were, they were the extreme endpoint of this experiment. So not only had they just reduced their effort, they completely opted out. And what they replaced participation with was this grooming process and this obsessive, superficial maintenance in the absence of any life behind it. So they had the perfect coat, no engagement, which means, they were technically present, but they weren't really there. There's sort of a vacancy.
Match lost.
Which is also a pretty accurate description of what happens to most people's souls somewhere around year 4 of a job that they took for the health insurance. Yeah. So anyway, the part about Calhoun's conclusion that gets buried in the whole overpopulation narrative is that the colony didn't collapse because there were too many mice. It collapsed because the conditions had eliminated any reason to do the things that make a mouse a mouse. Because, well, if you take away the meaningful roles, then the behavior stopped. And if the behavior stopped, then the population follows. Which, I don't know, I kind of see that as a rather poetic, devastating summary of what happens when a species runs out of reasons to keep going. So, all right, let's get a little philosophical here, because what Calhoun kept trying to say, and also what was getting overshadowed by, the simpler overpopulation story, is that the mice didn't run out of resources. They ran out of reasons. And I think that distinction actually matters quite a lot, because what it's doing is it's pointing at something that's much harder to fix than just a food shortage. So there was a psychiatrist named Viktor Frankl who survived Nazi concentration camps to eventually write a very moving book called Man's Search for Meaning. And so he came out the other side of that whole experience with a pretty specific observation about human beings existing under these horrific conditions. So Frankl pointed out that the desire for meaning is the primary human drive. It's not pleasure, it's not even safety, it's actually meaning. Which makes me think of this quote, this well-known quote from Nietzsche, where he stated, "He who has a why to live can bear almost any how." And, well, another thing that Frankl said that I think applies here is that people who could find or construct meaning in even the most terrible circumstances, these people had a much better chance of surviving than people who couldn't do that. And this is probably the most disturbing possible inversion of Universe 25, because Frankl watched humans living in these conditions of absolute deprivation and starvation, violence of all sorts, obviously, just existing in complete absence of freedom or comfort of any kind, right? And yet, somehow, some of these people kept finding reasons to keep going. They still somehow found enough meaning to survive. Now, I suppose you could argue that they were delusional, but interestingly, it was their delusion that kept them alive. So, I don't know. Go figure. Something to think about. Now, on the other hand, Calhoun was watching mice in conditions the opposite. They were in conditions of absolute abundance, who nonetheless completely lost their meaning and their reasons. And Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say that the mice actually fared just as badly. And, well, speaking of Nietzsche, who, by the way, he usually gets misinterpreted as a nihilist, though I'd say he was actually more of a nihilism diagnostician. Well, his whole project was primarily the old meaning-making frameworks are collapsing, and this is what happens if nothing replaces them, and here's why that's a catastrophic problem. So his prescription, it wasn't really about power the way most people think of it. It was about the existential active creation of your own values and meaning when the inherited ones stop working. Which is, a great idea in the same way that just build your own house is a great idea, right? It's definitely easier said than done. And then this, well, I guess this also makes me think about the Romanian philosopher, Cioran, who was certainly closer to being a nihilist than Nietzsche was. And so his argument was that existence was basically like a catastrophic mistake, and that consciousness was the universe's cruelest joke on any creature unfortunate enough to develop consciousness. So yeah, he was fun at parties. Though to be fair, he did have a rather hilarious gallows humor about this stuff. And funny enough, even Cioran kept writing almost every day for most of his life, which I think says something about the human need, this underlying human need for meaning that has this way of turning up for even the most committed philosophical pessimist. All right. So I want to talk a little bit more about the beautiful ones because I do feel that they need a little more analysis. So they weren't the violent or chaotic mice in the colony. They were the ones who had, by every visible measure, they opted out of the whole project, and they managed to look fantastic while doing it. I mean, they had the perfect coat, no visible stress whatsoever, but there was absolutely nothing going on behind the eyes. I guess you could argue that they were dead inside. So the beautiful ones weren't depressed in any clinical sense, right? I mean, they weren't anxious, they weren't in any kind of pain, they just simply had arrived somewhere else. They arrived at a place of participation had been weighed against the returns and found wanting. And so they set up camp there permanently. A very well-groomed camp, but a camp nonetheless. And what I find both fascinating and pretty uncomfortable about this is that, from the outside, it looked fine, right? I mean, it looked like a mouse that had achieved some kind of peace and contentment. It was basically like the Instagram highlight reel version of mouse life. So, beautiful on the surface, but nothing behind it, right? And so I kept wondering if you encountered a so-called beautiful one in the wild before you had any context, you'd probably think, yeah, that mouse really has their shit together. Look at that nice shiny coat. Whatever that mouse is doing, it's definitely working. But meanwhile, that mouse has, it's essentially ghosted its entire species. Like it had filed a change of address to nowhere. And by the way, the rest of the colony noticed this. And some of the other mice did try to engage with them, but they were ignored. Which, if you've ever tried to make plans with someone who has fully entered their hermit era, it requires no further explanation. And there was an important point that I do think needs to be explained here before we go any further, because, well, the mouse utopia, that comparison only works if you accept that we've built something like a utopia in our society. And that's not really the kind of comparison I'm trying to make here, because I'm well aware that for the vast majority of people, that would be a very deeply uncomfortable claim, of course. I mean, when you've got 37% of people in the U.S. who can't even cover a $400 emergency, implying that we live in some kind of utopia sounds absurd, right? So I think the more accurate version of the parallel, it's not that we've built a utopia in our civilization, it's that we've built one for some people, obviously, and we've created the illusion of one for pretty much everyone else. So what we have is something more like a dystopia with the illusion of a utopia, which of course has been propagated by our technology through our screens and all the streaming and the endless distraction of false comfort, plus all of the consumerism, so on and so forth. And well, it turns out that the illusion might be doing some of the same neurological work as the real thing, which is the part that, should probably keep you up at night. Though I guess it is actually keeping you up at night if you are up doom scrolling at 3 a.m.
Enemy has disconnected.
All right. So here is an interesting question that's been sitting underneath all of this that I think is definitely worth pondering. Is there a difference between the beautiful ones and the concept of enlightenment? Because I would guess that certain Buddhist and Zen traditions would probably look at the beautiful ones and see something almost admirable, right? I mean, there's non-attachment, there's freedom from desire, the cessation of striving, of grasping, there's no suffering, there's just presence. And, I guess depending on your tradition, that's either a goal of a lifetime of practice or it's just a mouse that gave up. And from the outside, those two things look suspiciously similar. Actually, this whole thing also kind of reminds me of Schopenhauer because, well, his focus was pretty much on this exact problem. So Schopenhauer was convinced that wanting things is the primary source of suffering, and that the path of escape goes through deliberately quieting the will. So it's a process where you're stepping back from desire and from striving and, from the whole tiresome process of wanting anything, which actually sounds a lot like Buddhism when you think about it, right? Though I would say Schopenhauer was, he wasn't any kind of a Buddhist really, but you could argue that he was like a Zen master curmudgeon, or a curmudgeonly Zen master maybe. I don't know, take your pick. So the actual distinction that I think matters here is that the Zen master and the beautiful ones might look identical from the outside, right? But the path is the difference, because it's non-attachment that's achieved through engagement and through, having tried and lost and tried again, which is a completely different thing from withdrawal as a default. When one of them is a destination and the other is just not leaving. But so Calhoun believed that the behavioral sink was reversible because he did spend his later years trying to design what he called conceptual space. So conceptual space is, well, it's environments that preserve meaningful social roles, even at a high density. So his point of this being that what mice and humans need even more than physical room or physical space is they need the psychological and social space to do things that actually matter. And they need to have roles that produce results. So, what we desire is to be needed in ways that require actually showing up. But now the problem is that these algorithmically optimized environments that we built for passive consumption and rewarding surface over substance, those environments are killing that conceptual space. And it's making the meaningful roles harder to find and harder to perform. So I guess you could actually look at the beautiful ones like an early warning system for what happens when that conceptual space just completely disappears. And, well, I guess given that you're probably watching this on the screen right now, that's information maybe worth considering before you open another tab. So, all right, I guess here is where I find myself with all of this. So Calhoun watched his mice, and he kept asking this question. What would have to be present for the behavioral sink to reverse? And his answer kept going back to the same place, which is, again, meaningful roles. Even just the presence of something worth doing that required you to show up to do it. Apparently even that is enough to make a difference. Which I realize probably sounds like the most obvious conclusion in the history of behavioral science. And yet, it is still somehow the hardest one to act on. But I guess that's the human condition for you. And when I think about the beautiful ones, I don't find them to be contemptible or anything. I actually find them to be familiar in some respect because, well, first of all, their withdrawal from the colony, it makes sense. I guess the grooming to some degree makes sense. And The thing is when the participation stops producing results, the calculation changes. And when you have meaningful roles getting crowded out and algorithmically replaced, just made irrelevant, I guess, the cost-benefit analysis, it's always the same. I think the withdrawal part makes a lot of sense for a lot of people right now. I mean, I've been making videos about that concept, you know.
Round one.
And you know, there are some people who've managed to find their way back out of it, who will tell you that it's going to involve doing something hard enough to matter. I mean, in this world, you know, this is a world that keeps trying to make everything frictionless now, and therefore make us docile. And so I think the question that
3, 2,
Calhoun was really trying to ask, and I think the question that Universe 25 is asking, it isn't whether we are the beautiful ones. I mean, that's not really the comparison here, as I've said before. The real question is what we're going to do with the conceptual space that we have left. I mean, you know, whether we're going to use it for something that requires us to be present, or whether we're going to spend it maintaining, you know, this superficial surface while the interior goes quiet.
Enemy team claimed the order.
I don't think the beautiful ones made that choice to become what they became. That was actually chosen by the environment that they were in. And I think that's the part that really hits home here. You know, whether we have more choice than the mice did, well, that's still up for debate.
Round lost.
So, I guess this is the most honest place to leave this. There's not really an answer here so much as there's a bigger and more, you know, more important question. And also I guess the faint, slightly uncomfortable hope that asking that question out loud counts for something.
3, 2, 1, fight.
So I called my internet provider last week to try to get a better plan without getting completely robbed in the process, which I know this is already a bad idea. But I've been overpaying for years, and I figured, look, let me just call and sort this out like a reasonable adult. And yes, I braced myself for the very potential shit show that might unfold. And so, 2 hours later, I'd spoken to 4 different people, at least I think they were people, and I'd been transferred at least 3 times, and I'd been quoted 3 different prices for what I'm pretty sure was just the same plan in the end. And somehow I ended up in a conversation with someone who couldn't tell me what my current plan was and what I was currently paying or why. And so at one point, I was on hold long enough to walk to the store where I was briefly hypnotized by the Great Wall of Mustard, which then led me to contemplating the whole toxic food supply in the U.S., which then led me to thinking about the whole slow motion collapsing system that produces said food supply. So I bought some things because I wanted to go home and make a sandwich. So I get home and I eat half the sandwich because the other half fell on the floor. And so I cleaned up the mess. And as I was cleaning up the mess, it was at that stage where I started to contemplate my life choices, because throughout this whole process, I'm still on hold listening to the horrific elevator music. And the conclusion that I arrived at as I was cleaning up the other half of the sandwich is that nobody in that entire organization had any idea what the hell was happening, and they didn't care either. And you know, the thing is this isn't, of course, just the internet provider. I mean, this is everywhere now, right? This is every institution, every system, workplace, every government organization, and every customer service department that's ever put you on hold for 20 minutes and then transfer you to someone who then transfers you back. And there's this sort of, I guess, modern day absurdism that comes from dealing with what seems to be a life where you are running on less and less competence. And I think most people feel this now on some level. And most people just assume that it's them, right? It's their fault. Or maybe it's just bad luck, or maybe it's just that particular company is having a bad day or something. Well, it's probably not those things, because there is actual data behind this feeling, and the data tells a story that I think is more interesting and more disturbing than just companies not caring anymore, which they don't. But that's not exactly the whole story. I think the bigger story is about something that is happening to human cognitive capability on a massive scale. And this is something that's actually measurable, and it's been documented across multiple countries and generations. And it's something that did not happen by accident. Now, just to be clear, I'm not saying that every single human being on this planet is getting dumber, because, you know, this is the kind of topic that can go sideways pretty fast if I'm not being careful. And I'd rather that didn't happen. So what I am saying is that we have undoubtedly systematically stripped the kind of friction out of human life that's actually necessary to build actual capability, actual competence. And now we're living with the consequences of that.
Match victory.
All right, so for most of the 20th century, every generation came out reasonably smarter than the one before, which meant that IQ scores were going up every decade, right? So there was a researcher by the name of James Flynn who documented this in the 1980s, where he discovered that IQ went up about 3 points every decade. So this had been going on for about a century. And the working theory to this was that better living conditions were basically producing better brains, which makes sense, right? And for a pretty long time, that appeared to be exactly what was happening. But then, somewhere around the, I guess, mid-1990s, depending on the country, it stopped. And it actually started going backward. So one of the first countries to report this was Norway, and then Denmark, Finland, France, and there was a study from 2023 out of Northwestern that found that between 2006 and 2018, average scores in the US dropped in 3 out of 4 cognitive domains, which was something that I didn't particularly enjoy reading, but certainly was not surprised to hear. And now researchers in the Nordic countries are projecting a drop of around 7 IQ points in the next 30 years. Now, I realize that 7 points probably doesn't sound like that much until you think about what that means when you spread it across an entire population, because then it actually sounds like quite a lot, and it is. Then there's the reading data, which I find even more unsettling than the IQ stuff. So there is an international study called PIRLS that tracks reading scores in 4th graders across a whole bunch of countries. And the 2021 results revealed declining scores in most of the countries that they looked at. And what they found was that kids who spent most of their time on digital devices scored lower on reading comprehension, and not by a little. They were scoring this way consistently. And the researchers, they controlled for income and school quality and for pretty much everything that they could think of. So the devices kept showing up as the variable, which is the kind of finding that tends to get buried because, nobody really wants to deal with what that implies. Right. Okay. Now, this is the point where people might get a little defensive, and I get it because nobody wants to hear that we are declining as a species. I mean, it's not exactly the kind of thing that's fun to contemplate over your Cheerios. But here's the thing. The researchers are pretty consistent on one important point. None of this is genetic. Nobody is being born less capable. And as far as the whole reversal IQ thing that's happening, it's being driven by environmental factors, which actually that's the more hopeful interpretation, because it means that we did this to ourselves. And if we did this to ourselves, well, then theoretically we could undo it. Theoretically. Now whether we will, well, I guess that's a whole different question. Though, personally, I am not holding my breath on that. I think an analogy that gets closest to what actually is happening here is the muscle analogy. So cognitive capability works pretty much the same way that physical strength does. It doesn't disappear because someone was born weak. It disappears because the weight got removed. And over the last 20 or 30 years, we've been systematically removing the weight with some, well, pretty significant technological ingenuity, obviously. So then the question is, how did this happen? Because obviously it didn't happen all at once. This was more like a slow, collaborative effort by several different forces that all arrived at around the same time. And these forces, they all pointed in pretty much the same direction. So in a sense, this was like a perfect storm of well-intentioned decisions that somehow collectively produced a population that is now less capable of doing hard things. And, you know, when you step back and you look at all of this, it's kind of an astonishing thing to have pulled off, because we actually engineered our way into becoming worse. Which, way to go, us, I guess. I mean, most species just go extinct, right? Not us. We found a way to do it to ourselves proactively. Yeah. So, at some point, schools started they started to standardize tests.
Your team won the
And I know that may sound reasonable until you realize that what it actually produces is kids who learned how to pass a test without necessarily learning whatever the test was supposed to be measuring. And you know, those are very different things. I mean, knowing how to perform, understanding, and actually having it, one of those things gets you through the exam, and the other one is what you would use to get through the rest of your life. And guess which one the system prioritized?
Death vortex approaching.
And then the smartphones come along, and those start to absorb all kinds of small cognitive jobs that your brain used to do. You know, this is just basic stuff like figuring out a route on your own, or, you know, memorizing phone numbers or any other number for that matter. I mean, there's a million examples of this. But one of my personal favorites is watching someone stand in front of a microwave and not be able to calculate how long 2.5 minutes is in seconds. Yeah, that used to be automatic, and now it's the kind of thing that requires a smartphone. And, you know, the thing is that none of these feels significant individually, but that is where the reps are. I mean, that is where the capability gets built. So, you know, if you take the shortcut before the skill is earned, well, then the brain draws the obvious conclusion, which is, I needed help with that. So apparently I can't do it. And then when you do that 10,000 times over a decade, the intelligence didn't go anywhere. It's just that you stopped exercising it like a muscle. And that produces the same result eventually, which is a lot more embarrassing because it was optional.
Enemy team claimed the ore.
So then, of course, AI arrives, and it offers to do almost all of the thinking. So there was this study which had 666 participants. And that's not a joke, by the way. That was actually the number of the people in the study. I choose to believe that the researchers knew, and they just kept that number on purpose as a warning. And so what that study found is that the frequent use of AI was highly correlated with reduced critical thinking, because the mechanism was basically just cognitive offloading, where you're just handing the thinking to something else. And you're doing this so consistently that you eventually just stop doing your own thinking.
3, 2, 1.
And that's pretty much where we are at these days, and getting worse. There was another study done by Microsoft and Carnegie Mellon that had pretty similar results. So the more people who trusted AI to handle a task, the less critical thinking they applied to it. Which makes sense, because I mean, why would you strain yourself if the machine can do it, right? I mean, the machine's right there. It doesn't get tired. It doesn't need a sandwich break or anything. Although at the rate things are going, it probably will eventually, and we will be legally required to provide one. And look, the machine, it is impressive. I'm not arguing about that. It's just that the struggle
Enemy team claims
it's replacing is doing something that the machine can't do for you. So there's this quote that usually gets attributed to Charles Bukowski, but I think it might have actually come from Bertrand Russell. And honestly, it somehow feels appropriate that nobody's really sure which of these curmudgeonly, disillusioned geniuses said it first. But anyway, the quote is, "The problem with the world is that the intelligent people are full of doubts, while the stupid ones are full of confidence." And I've been thinking about that quote recently because I think it describes something that was already built into how our organizations function before the cognitive decline stuff started happening. And it has a name. It's the Peter Principle. So Lawrence Peter figured out back in 1969 that in any organization, people tend to get promoted based on how well they perform in their current role, which of course sounds reasonable, right? But the problem is that the skills that make you good at one job are usually completely unrelated to the skills required for the next one up. And so what happens is you keep getting promoted until you eventually end up in a position where you can't really perform the job anymore. I mean, and not, at least not with any reasonable competence. And yet, there you remain. So, Peter's conclusion was that given enough time, every position tends to be occupied by someone incompetent to handle it. And, if you spend enough time in the workplace, which most of us have, this observation, it's pretty hard to miss. Now, Bukowski or Russell, that quote, it actually describes the Dunning-Kruger effect before it had an official name. So people with the least competence tend to have the most confidence. They don't really know enough to know what they don't know. And meanwhile, the people who are, actually capable, they're the ones who are uncertain because they understand enough of the situation to actually see the complexity. I mean, they are capable enough to see the bigger picture. So the confident, incompetent person rises, and the capable, uncertain person second guesses themselves out of the room. Which ends up with organizations that select for exactly the wrong thing. And when you combine that feedback loop with the population that is increasingly undertrained in the basic stuff. The math gets pretty grim pretty fast. So, all right, there are a couple more things I think worth mentioning before I get to the point where I'm trying to say something, I guess, useful. And one of these things is about credentials. So, at some point, we started to confuse the credential with the thing that the credential was supposed to represent. For instance, take the college degree. You know, a college degree used to be evidence of your ability to sustain effort and ideally develop some kind of capability, right? And now it's really just becoming a thing that you obtain, almost like a participation trophy, except the participation trophy didn't leave you $65,000 in debt. And because hiring systems screen for these credentials rather than your actual ability, the incompetent but credentialed person most of the time is going to beat the competent but less credentialed person, which basically compounds the Peter principle. So you can be incompetent at multiple levels simultaneously.
The death vortex is incoming.
So the other thing I wanted to mention briefly is parenting. And I say this with some sensitivity because, you know, it's the kind of observation that tends to make people a little defensive. So,
Your team won
a
the
lot of
orb.
parents, when they're trying to give their kids a better experience than they had, they end up accidentally removing the thing that made their own experience useful, which is the difficulty. You know, the friction. Those are those moments where you have to figure something out yourself because nobody's going to fix it for you. And so what ends up happening is that produces, over time, kids who never really had to struggle with anything hard. And it doesn't mean that they're not intelligent. It just means that they've never had to use their intelligence in a way that actually builds anything. And because everyone around them is living through pretty much the same conditions, nobody really notices. It just becomes normalized. I mean, it feels like it's just how things are. It's just a typical day where nobody can calculate how long 2.5 minutes, 2.5 minutes is in seconds. But everybody has a very high self-esteem. So, having said all of that,
Enemy team
the good
claimed
news
the orb.
is that this is potentially fixable. The bad news is the fixing is going to require doing very difficult things that the entire architecture of our modern lives has been designed to make you not want to do. So, good luck to all of us, I guess. Okay, the boring part. So basically, our brains respond to challenge the way muscle responds to weight, like I mentioned earlier. Which means that the only real antidote to all of this cognitive atrophy is it's cognitive effort. So you gotta do hard things on purpose, even when there's easier versions available. And I know that sounds unattractive, but I think it's really going to involve changing habits and doing things like
Your team
sitting
claimed the orb.
with a problem long enough to actually think it through instead of, immediately outsourcing it to a machine, which might not even get it right. And it is going to involve actually reading something that requires your full attention instead of something that was designed to, just capture a fraction of it.
Match victory.
None of that is going to appear on a motivational poster because it sounds too much like homework, which basically that's what it is. But the part that makes all of this even more difficult and complicated is that we're trying to solve an individual problem that is it's primarily a structural one, because the truth is that technology made us passive at exactly the moment that actual survival got harder. I mean, wealth inequality keeps accelerating, right? Real opportunity keeps shrinking. And I think when people feel like effort doesn't lead anywhere worth going, and when the evidence of their own lives just keeps delivering that message, learned helplessness is that's just a person updating their model based on what keeps happening to them. And unfortunately, you can't motivational speech your way out of that. You can put all the sticky notes you want on a structural problem, and it's still going to remain fully intact. It's just going to be covered in sticky notes. So the individual stuff matters. And it matters, but it's also not enough. And both of those things are true. And I don't have a clean way to resolve that. What I do have is the observation that, when you have a civilization that stops valuing actual education, not credentials, I mean actual understanding and the desire to learn, that civilization probably isn't going to fix this by accident. I think it's going to require something a lot more uncomfortable than an app. I mean, at least one of us should know what 2.5 minutes is in seconds. I guess that's somewhere to start. Yeah, plenty to think about there. So, but this is where I am going to stop. So, thank you so much for listening.
Your team claimed the orb. Enemy team claimed the orb. Death vortex incoming. Enemy team won the orb. Round one.
Hey guys, it's been a couple weeks. Uh, I know so many of us have never been honest in our entire lives, or we have in just tiny little slivers of moments. And in those little moments, God, it feels good. It's like, oh my God, like a moment of authenticity. Except so much of living and functioning as a society and in a community and at work, wherever it may be, is about lying. I have never, well, not that I remember,
Your team won the orb.
been in a conversation with someone outside of my family, and again, it does depend on the family member on top of that, where I was actually saying what I thought. Now, obviously, what I was saying was coming from me, and I was using my brain, so it was mine, but it was less about speaking truth and more about protecting myself from their rejection that I felt was constantly around the corner, or wanting connection, having, for some reason, a really intense need for their love, because I needed them to replace mine. And I've really always had trouble understanding nuance, because so much of the world and the things that we're taught are constantly contradicted by something else. And you're supposed to just be like, forget about it somehow, or just be, oh, well, no, but this, that. But that just makes it very hard to understand, especially when you really want answers. Just a simple example in therapy, for example, it's always about letting go. It's always about surrender, in some regard, love. But then you also have this kind of philosophy that's also from the self-help community, which is about not letting go. It's about fighting. It's about not expecting someone to come and save you. And so then you're supposed to play this balancing game of being very intense, or, oh, I've got to put an action forward, and not having such this intense need to change your situation, because at the end of the day, we are all eternal love and peace, and there's never a problem to begin with. And if you're somebody that naturally overthinks, you're somebody that naturally gets caught up in the details, you will drive yourself insane trying to understand what's the ultimate truth, because none of it makes sense. And ultimately, the answer ends up always being some iteration of, well, the answer's in you. Okay, well, and if you've got mental illness, like, how do you know? Oh, well, this is another example. You need to trust your intuition. Only you have the answer to your problems. But you can't trust that thought in those thoughts in your head. You can't trust that version of you. You can't trust your trauma responses. And then you're supposed to somehow know exactly which one is a trauma response, which one is your guidance and your intuition, when most of people's reactions in the world are trauma responses. They're pattern recognitions, and they're just like reactions. And ultimately, I'm saying all this because I give up. I have spent so many nights trying to understand what the hell is going on, what it all means. And I don't even necessarily mean in a spiritual way. I'm just trying to figure out what it means, even the fact that I'm trying to figure it out. I'm exhausted of trying to find this middle ground and it feeling less and less natural. Recently, the answer I've come on is, what if I practice, for the moment, I know it's obviously going to be staying behind these walls, because even when I leave the house, even if a cat looks at me wrong, I'm going to feel like immense waves of toxic shame. Like, that's what we're dealing with. But I thought it was important to finally start to learn how to say what I think, say what I'm feeling, even if it is just to myself. And ultimately, I think that is the truth. I think a lot of these self-help things or these therapy practices, whatever it is, I know they're grounded in reality. I know they have lots of evidence of being helpful, but I also think just the complexity of it all tends to just make you feel more and more disconnected. At some point, you've just got to learn or try to begin to say what you think, what you feel, even to yourself. Even if it's boring, even if your natural reflex is to find a solution, whatever it is, you can stay on that loop for months, years, a lifetime. So this is just going to be an experiment that I'm going to try and keep doing, where I'm going to sit down and I'm going to just try and speak honestly without any ulterior motive, which is very hard because most of the time when we are communicating with people, I'd say like probably 99.9% of the time, there's an intention there every day of your life. Maybe this is just me. I don't think it is. I think it's many people, and I think a lot of people aren't even aware of it. I think that's why many people have fantasies of when it all stops, whether it be going to heaven or retirement. But hopefully this can try and help me and help you learn to recover your voice, even if it is just alone sitting on the floor, because your voice is actually the only truth that you should really be listening to, apart from the law also. Anyways,
Your team won the orb. Round one.
I don't even take any pictures of myself.
Why not?
I don't know. I feel ugly.
Oh, really? Oh.
We had just met on the street.
Hey, excuse me. I do portraits just all over Portland, and I think you have great style. Yeah, I'm wondering if you'd be down for some portraits.
Okay.
Yeah? Can I show you what I do really quick?
Yeah.
It'd be like me approaching, like right now. We'd do like a 5-minute shoot. You down with that?
I guess, yeah.
Have you ever done any modeling or anything?
No.
No? Okay.
I don't even take any pictures of myself or anything.
Really? Why not? That is amazing. That is amazing. I think you're a lot more photogenic than you give yourself credit for. Was that just a wild experience? Yeah. You're very like quiet, huh? Have you always been kind of quiet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. You caught me at like a weird time.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What's is it like personal or?
No. It's just like, you know, like boy problems.
Oh, okay. Hard breakup or something?
No, it's like, I don't know, liking somebody and I don't know if it's gonna work out.
Okay.
Like, I really like him.
I know that feeling. It's a very universal feeling. Are you like talking to each other?
Yeah.
Does he know you like him?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I think so.
yeah.
Pretty sure.
Stuff like that we just talked about, do you not want that in the video kind of thing?
No, I don't really care. So have you been doing this for a long time?
Yeah, like a year and a half. I started without the videos. I was just doing portraits. And then I'd have like interesting conversations like this, you know?
Yeah.
And I'd be like, whoa, well, people only see the photos, you know? The story's way more interesting. So I started doing the reels.
So like, you just got up one day and you were like,
I know so many of us have never been honest in our entire lives, or we have in just tiny little slivers of moments. And in those little moments, God, it feels good. It's like, oh my God, like a moment of authenticity. Except
I spent years swallowing disrespect until I realized that I was literally training people to walk all over me. And now I'm the CEO of Acquisition.com. I help thousands of business owners to grow.
I know I honestly don't understand how people do this. I don't understand how people just live this life. Today I'm coming here to speak about the difficulties that I go through every single day trying to cosplay as a normal person when I feel anything but. I have been working at a job now for coming up to 2 years, and I'm lucky enough to be in a company where people are genuinely nice. It's small and there's not much pressure. Despite that, I go to work every single day feeling guilty, every single day acting like I am worthless, and every single day trying really hard to hide the fact that I believe I'm worthless, and you can see in every single movement and way I act and anything I say, I ooze a sense of shame. And so I have a sense of shame about my shame. So it's a compound shame. And I'm so tired of living this way. And honestly, I'm at a point I don't know what to do anymore. I genuinely don't know what to do anymore. Because I always thought the solution to things was just try harder, or, oh, just find the correct approach and fix it, or, keep persevering, veering. And now I'm realizing that's not working, right? You can really want something and you can just not get it. And honestly, I don't know how people do it. Every single year that goes by, despite me getting older, and despite, what they say about, oh, well, as you get older and you accumulate experiences, you'll just grow into yourself and you'll be less insecure and things will make more sense. It seems to be the opposite for me.
3, 2,
I felt literally that Mitski song. I felt 25 at 11. I felt like I had all these coping mechanisms that worked 11 to 15, 16. Now, as every year goes on, I feel more and more like a child and more disconnected from the world in front of me. I live on autopilot every single day, obsessively, following my routines to try and stay afloat, because every single day I go out into the world, it literally feels like someone pouring acid on my body, but I don't want to just let everything go and become a recluse, even though deep down I obviously feel like I cannot function in this world. So in order to do that, I've got to do all this shit, right? And it's like slavery. Sorry, I don't know if you saw me spit like that. That was just paid actor, and it's not a life. It's not a life. And the medication, I'm trying medication. Zoloft worked for a while, a little bit, and now it's not working. And now it's okay, well, let's try a little bit of antipsychotic again, or, let's try a little bit of buspirone. And it's getting to a point where it's is it supposed to be this hard to just live? The longer I stay in this state of confusion and obsession and depression and shame, damn, I felt like Eminem there for a second, the more crazy I feel, and it's realizing there's more and more levels to this shit. I don't even remember what it feels like to feel normal, to not be constantly obsessing and questioning, am I feeling normal? What's normal? Who am I? I've got to hide that I don't know who I am in front of these people. How do people act interested in people? oh, I'm doing that thing where I'm thinking about how to be normal. Let me stop doing that. Let me stop doing this. And it gets to a point where you'll be sitting in a room, like literally every day at work. Everyone has lunch together, which is really nice, really fun. Like the people are nice. And people just saying stuff. And I'm aware on a logical way, like that's just people feeling safe, sharing their life, just talking about boring stuff. And other people are just saying stuff about it, and they can just have a 10-minute conversation about like the price of like redoing your garden and stuff. And even people my age, like, you know, there's people of all ages, and they're just all talking about it, going, oh yeah, and they all seem, and I'm just there, and I'm just like, I can make myself say the things that other people are saying, like, oh yeah, well, you know, it's not a given, or stuff like that, but I don't feel anything. It's just all a performance. And even when someone is saying stuff about their life, sometimes I almost feel like a narcissist, because I notice in my brain, I don't give a shit. But not in the sense where I think I'm better than them. It's just like, I can't even get access to a normal baseline level of curiosity. I don't feel like I have a sense of self. I can't remember the last time. I don't remember a time where communicating and having friends was even real, or it wasn't just about keeping the lion away long enough to get to the next conversation. It's never about being honest. I don't remember. I mean, anyways, I could just yap on about this shit for years and years, and it's not getting me anywhere. Like, I'm still in the exact same place, and it's starting to scare me, because like before it was like, oh well, if everything falls to shit, I can just, you know, quit everything, become a bum, live at home, and just never see anyone again, and just like throw my life down the toilet, and I'll be fine with that. At least I can just like binge on all the pasta I want and never be seen again. I'd be fine. And now, well, obviously that's not really possible anyway, but even if it was, the level of disconnection and lack of real feeding of my actual soul that I've been doing all these years just to stay afloat, when I'm in a room alone by myself, I don't feel anyone there. Like, I don't feel any attachment to this thing. I feel like a level of lack of respect that is really concerning, that scares me a little bit, where I feel like no one sees this, and I try really hard, but I feel like anyone could do anything to me, and I don't even have that automatic sense of self-preservation to defend myself. And yeah, I'm honestly scared, and I'm honestly tired. And I think the hardest part of all of this is having to pretend you don't feel this way. Like, I think that's the most kind of just like hellish thing. It's like there's the pain, and then there's the fact that there's this stark contrast between what's going on inside and what you're supposed to portray and what you're seeing in other people. And it just makes you feel even worse. It makes you feel so more and more alienated, I guess. And these aren't normal things you can just talk about. Unfortunately, most people, if they can meet you at that place, they can only meet you at the beginning of it and be like, oh, well, yeah, I had a sister that had a bit of depression or things like this, but no one's really here to stay for that weird shit, like, hey, I don't know what's normal, or, you know, and I don't know.
Your team won the orb.
I don't know anymore. I don't even know if I can, yeah. So, yeah. You know, the more I grow up, the more I realize that being aware is probably the worst thing you can be in this life. People always praise like, oh, at least you're aware. Oh, she's self-aware. But actually, some of the most aware people here are having the most horrendous time. Because I don't think we were ever supposed to be aware. Like, in the sense where I started therapy at 14, and the first thing the therapist said to me was, "Oh, honey, that's so good. You seem so self-aware. That will really help you." 8 years down the line, I'm still going to therapy and they're saying the same thing. Yo, when am I going to cash in on this awareness type thing? What I mean is, you can do and ruin your life by overthinking. Now, this is obviously isn't news, but it's way more subtle than you think. You'll frame it as, I'm just trying to figure it out. I'm just want to fix things because that's what I do. I'm good with control. I know myself and I know that I'm the only one that can fix this, right? The issue is that is part of the problem. Bingo, that's not what you want to hear, because the thing is for so many years I went to therapy thinking I wanted to change, but actually I'd be secretly holding a pebble behind my back going, you know, I want to go through that door, but I can't let go of this pebble. I'm going to bring this pebble with me. And they're like, oh, you know, that's funny. The way you can get through the door is if you let go of that pebble. And you just stay standing there without realizing it, because you're going to therapy and you're just hoping another way is going to come where there's a pebble welcome zone, you know, and you feel like you're making progress because you keep showing up. You're waiting for a way out. You're not like taking your pebble and going home and going, fuck that, I'm staying where I am. But you're still playing a part in staying the same. And the issue with that is, over years of doing that, you will become more and more resentful of healing. You will start rolling your eyes at self-help, as am I, because it is bullshit. It is not realistic the way it's been taught to psychologists. It is just, humans don't know how to help themselves, and there's not enough money being put into it because, listen, it's not the priority, I guess. Happy people. Happy people. Anyways. And so what I'm trying to say is, you should try and stop trying. You should try, even for a second, to not do what you've always done. I know it's not easy, and I have been having this revelation again and again for probably about 4 years. I always write it down on my notes, like I'm cooking, like I've just written down the gospel, and then I'll read it a week later and be like, this doesn't make any sense, or I won't read it at all, and then I'll realise it again in a month. And that's just what it is, living with mental illness. Again, people don't talk about it. They pretend that you will just get better, or you will just try a framework and give it 2 months, 2 years, whatever, you'll get better. It's not like that. And a lot of these therapists, they haven't actually experienced it. And if they have, a lot of them aren't even healed themselves. So they'll also get lost in the source with you. And none of you will be able to really help each other. I mean, not that you were supposed to help them, but you see what I'm saying. And I think the most important thing is to realise that maybe you don't have as much power as you think you do, and see that as a way of letting yourself free. You know, it's not all up to you. And there's some things that you can actually make worse by constantly trying to fix. You're just hurting it more, and you're not allowing natural space to come in. So yeah, it is so important to gain that wisdom of time. Time is so important. And you'll probably think, that's the worst thing I've ever heard. Like, how can time help? I'm wasting time, I'm losing time, the years just keep going, I keep not living the life I want, I keep feeling shit. But actually, sometimes you just have to hold on the best you can. And even if that's bad, even if you're smoking, I wish I could. I'll probably start smoking again in a week. It's an ongoing love-hate relationship, same with food. Anyways, I think if you can hold on, and it's not your weird definition of holding on, where you think holding on is like doing pull-ups and like backflips. It's like just living and existing and breathing and trying to tell yourself that is enough, because that is all we are here for, really. The rest is just made up by people that are no smarter than you and I. It's just a system that is broken. And even the healthy people are not happy most of the time. So you're not crazy. You're just
Your team claimed the
aware. So, yeah.
Your team claimed the orb. Death Vortex incoming. Round one. Three, two, one, fight! Enemy team claimed the orb. Enemy team won the orb. Death Vortex approaching. Match victory.
I want to talk about how shit life is. Hey everyone, today I want to talk about how impossible and horrible life is for not only people with mental illness but just people in general. But today I'm going to more specifically speak about people struggling with complex PTSD. It's Friday evening now and I just got through another awful week at a job that I've been working for 2 years with lovely people. Despite living in a pretty small town and with about 13 colleagues in total, with only 2 that I actually have to work with, I still go to work every single day, walking through the small little town slash village I go to with an awful sense of horrendous hypervigilance and a feeling of acid burning right under my skin. That is what it feels like to struggle with complex PTSD Probably like literally 90% of the time. The other 10% you spend self-isolating, which at least you're not feeling that horrendous pain, but guess what? You're not fulfilled. You're just trying to recuperate that 90% that's just been spilled all over the floor. Nobody actually talks about how isolating this experience is, because people love to say, oh, well, it makes you stronger, or you're not alone, or whatever the hell buzz sentence it is. But what people don't actually talk about is you've got the pain of the mental health struggles, you've got the pain of hiding those mental health struggles from the world, from people, because it's not socially acceptable to, you know, at 8:30 in the morning when your little colleague asks you, how was your weekend? And you say, oh, actually, I didn't clean my house because, you know, I feel so depleted from just existing, and, you know, shit like that. It puts people off and you're seen as the crazy person. So you obviously have the pain of having the mental illness. You have the pain of hiding said mental illness because it's not socially acceptable. And then you also have the pain of the loss of life and the loss of personality and person you could have been if you had been normal. I know it's often talked about a lot that you're supposed to mourn things, but can we even speak about what it's like to genuinely not even relate to people anymore? Because when most of your life is spent trying to survive the next day, it's really hard to tap back into that version of your personality that can even have the fun and enjoyment of speaking about certain things, especially with people you deem as unsafe, aka 99% of the world. To me, it doesn't matter how many times somebody proves themselves as maybe safe or kind. I never feel safe because I realize people can lie, and most people do lie. I spend my entire life lying, and not one person in my life could ever imagine the pain and the issues I deal with. So when I'm functioning off of that basis, you seriously think that I'm just gonna take everyone at face value and assume that everyone's good? No. And it's really hard to make peace with that, because a lot of the time people will say, well, who is that benefiting? Obviously it would benefit me more to view it that way, because ultimately we don't know what said person is thinking. But if you're like somebody that's got this really big open wound that is so sensitive, would you take the risk of, like, you know, shoving it in like a sea filled with like hungry sharks and hoping that maybe they don't bite? It just feels like that. It feels like I can't afford to sustain another blow. I can't afford to sustain another blow. So my life, unfortunately, has to be about surviving. It has to be about tending to this wound, hiding it, because I sure as hell know that I'm not going to be healing it anytime soon. It's just the reality of things. You can actually spend so much time and so much money trying to heal, trying to do all these things, self-help books, practices, whatever it may be, and you can actually just be stuck in the exact same place many years later. And then you're forced to feel like you're the problem and you're the reason you haven't gotten better. That's a very lonely life. Because when you go to work on a Monday and people ask what you did on the weekend, and they talk about their weekends and they say, oh, I went to have dinner with said and said couple, or I painted my house, or whatever it may be, and you're looking at it like you feel like an alien because you can't even relate or get into the mind space of what it felt like or feels like to just be a person that actually most of their thoughts is around things outside of them. It's around actually wanting to engage with the life around them and being proud to share certain things. It feels like living your life with a massive secret that is painful and that is really, really shameful, because it's not something you can just tell people. It's not like a hobby, but it takes all your time. It's all your free time and all your time with people. How do you get around that? That's the question I've been asking myself. How can you live with that? People talk about acceptance. People talk about finding community. Where? You can find community on Reddit. You can find community, but you know, having 10 minutes a day where you're reading a screen of people saying they suffer like you, it doesn't really do much more than give you a slight go, oh well, there you go. Me personally, right now, I got through another really hard week of work, of
2,
putting on a
1,
mask.
fight.
I feel so resentful of having to fake every day, of having to endure pain that is caused by other people unbeknownst to them. The fact that as soon as I walk out of the house, anyone existing in the vicinity somehow has a hold on me, and I become their bitch.
Enemy team
Tarnishes
won
me,
the
it
orb.
pains me. It's a hypersensitivity that is just horrible. It's really, really bleak to get through a week and instead of going, oh, what am I going to do this weekend? Or, oh, thank God, you just count down the hours until you have to do it all over again. The weeks, you don't even know why you're doing them. You're doing them because
Enemy
obviously
team
you
won
gotta
the
keep
orb.
living. But you're just surviving. Nothing is growing. And whatever is growing is more of the same. Like, you try and build a new path with the same tools that built this path. And, you know, halfway through you look up and you realize, oh my God, I'm using the exact same blueprint. I'm just going a slightly different way. For the past 2 years, going through the motions of
defeat,
trigger warning if anyone has eating disorders, to just counting my calories, getting obsessed about eating a certain amount of vegetables every day, antioxidants, weightlifting, sleep, basically anything that can be done right, or that, you know, all these new people are talking about are the right things to do. Not because I care about my health, but because I'm obsessed with fixing myself, right? Obviously, so many of us with complex PTSD, we see ourselves as these ultimate projects that have to be either shoved down or fixed and hidden and improved, and because we want to protect ourselves, we want to run away from the toxic shame. I do that, and you get just a moment of satisfaction, but then you think, is this satisfaction even coming from my own enjoyment of the activities, or is it just the feeling of control, the feeling of at least no one can tell me I'm not trying? That's not a life. And a lot of the time, I wish something would happen to me, at least physically, that could not give me a choice and make me be able to just stop trying, stop doing all these routines that feel like hell, that I don't enjoy, that make me feel like a prisoner in my own life. But if I don't do them, I get consequences, because when you're going through exposure every day and you're going through triggers every day, you have to do what you can to keep surviving. I have to do these routines. I'm sure lots of you have to do the exact same things in different ways. We all have our ways, right? Whether it's through numbing, whether it's through control, we all have our ways. When there's literally no scenario in which you can win and your life is literally just surviving, what does one say to that? And what does one say that isn't the automatic thing that people say, like, give it time, or it'll get better, or you just have to heal your nervous system, you just want people to just be honest. You just can't look at your colleagues in the eye and say what you did on the weekend, or pull something out of your ass to say and feel like it's anything other than just this performance that is so ironic. Because living with this condition, unfortunately, I think it really shows you the reality. It kind of pulls away the veils of all these things that people like to pretend are important, and you realize how obviously unjust this world is and how empty a lot of the things people pursue are. So I just want to say that it's shit. I hope one day we will find peace. I hope one day we will have more help. This was just a rant about how exhausting it all is, how much you feel like life is about you're just walking in place, you're not making any progress, you're just surviving, and you can't even find compassion for yourself. And I just want to have an honest conversation about this. I want to have an honest conversation about what it looks like, what it feels like to struggle like this and it not go away. And kind of the disillusion of realizing, oh, this could be just me. And I don't really see the meaning in this. I guess the best we can do is take it one day at a time. And I just wish we could talk about it. I sometimes when I'm in work, I just sometimes feel this urge to scream. I'm just like, I'm so tired of lying. I'm so tired of faking. I'm so tired of all these micro rules about living in society when I'm not enjoying any of this bullshit. And I don't even know who I'm doing it for. So yeah, Monday's around the corner. That's all.
Enemy team won the orb. Death vortex incoming. Enemy team won the orb.
I want to talk about how shit life is.
It almost feels as if we all got tired of absolutely everything all at the same time. And it's not exactly a fun place to be in, but I'm sure maybe you can relate. But in my own personal experience, every time I open up my phone, look at social media, and even when I go out into the real world, I feel like there is a general emotional atmosphere of everyone either being super on edge, irritable, exhausted, or maybe just an absolute silent despair, right? Some people are a lot louder than others about how terrible they're feeling, but in general, it does not feel like an overall positive or optimistic or even motivated attitude for all of us collectively as it once was maybe 10-ish years ago, right? And you can argue that all throughout humanity, we've pretty much suffered and have gone through many chapters of dark times. And even in recent modern history, you know, we've had catastrophic global events and had a lot of lulls and dips in terms of how we're feeling as a whole. But for some reason, this time period seems very different. I guess one can argue that maybe I am just finally getting older and seeing the horrors of the world, but even generations that are younger than me, they are feeling the same exact existential nihilism and despair as somebody in their 40s right now. And I would argue that that is not normal. Usually, I don't think it's very common for people all across genders, ages, and backgrounds to feel this overall nihilism as a collective. And you could even argue that it expands even further than just one area. I think this feeling of pessimism and cynicism is going beyond just a country or just one culture. I feel like globally right now, everybody feels the same exact frustration. And You know, you can argue and point to, I guess, very practical and logistical reasons, right? Like the global economy as a whole. It's very hard to find even one country or culture in the world right now that is, I guess, in a very stable or, I guess, improving economic state. If you don't want to look at money, because that's always really boring, but even though it affects our everyday life, you can even point to politically, right? Globally, politically, we are probably in one of the most unstable times ever, right? And then if you want to ignore that, let's just even look at what? A social level, a cultural and social level. People are not treating each other in the most friendliest or nicest of ways. And you can see general proof of this on social media and any videos that are posted online. And I know what you're thinking. Social media just kind of magnifies the negatives of humanity and just shoves it in front of your face. So therefore you have some sort of confirmation bias to claim that the entire world is like that. And I understand, and I think there is a truth to that. However, the more time goes on, there seems to be the line that separates us physically and the digital world. That line seems to be disappearing every day. Where, for example, you might actually yourself see somebody crashing out at a convenience store, and then you're the one actually filming somebody freaking out, right? You might be driving down the street or just walking to, I guess, you know, what you would call a mall that is no longer in service because nobody goes to malls anymore, and you're seeing this empty mall, and then so you walk by somebody and they insult you to your face, because it happens quite often, I would argue now more than ever, right? It's hard to find just a general feeling of safety and kindness in most places, even for strangers, and I would even argue your own friends and family. The line that used to divide real life and social media life is a lot less prominent, meaning these things are merging. If you even try to have real conversations with real people in real life, 9 times out of 10, they will bring up some sort of perspective, some ideology, some catastrophic global event in the real life conversation that they just saw on social media. And if you try to push further in these conversations, you will often reach a point or some sort of destination during the discussion where the person starts basically what you would call screaming their own position on a very controversial ideology, right? And then a debate and argument ensues. It almost feels like that is the kind of go-to when it comes to just making everyday regular conversation with people. You know, like for example, before 10, 15, even 20, in a little bit more than that years ago, it was actually taboo to bring up religion and politics in an everyday conversation, let alone the internet, right? Nowadays, that is the only thing to have conversations about. Politics, religion, and I guess social issues. I understand that there's a time and place for these topics, especially in the chaotic world of now, but I think it gets to a point where all of us reach this final point of complete exhaustion. How many times and how much longer can we discuss some controversial political event, ideology, or whatever else until we just lose our absolute empathy and compassion and our willingness to even have a discussion about these topics? I think a lot of us are finally reaching this point. And a lot of people, I guess what you would call normal people, sane people, are the ones that are generally deleting their social medias now. Or at least if they have it, they're not spending 24/7 on it. And I think the most sane and normal people that are out there right now are refusing to have these discussions and interacting with others about these particular controversial topics, because if you have tried it, and I'm sure you have, because I have, there's no use in trying to convince other people of anything these days. Because these days, the moment somebody sides with some ideology or their own perspective or their own beliefs, good luck. They're basically already in an entire echo chamber a tunnel that just repeats the exact beliefs that they believe over and over and over and over again, like it's basically hypnosis. A spiral that consistently sucks the viewer into that ideology more and more and more until if there's any contrasting beliefs or opinions, they're not going to listen to you. That's how it is now, right? It feels like to exist in today's world, you have to almost like hide yourself from all aspects of the external world just to maintain a sense of peace and sanity. You can call that being a monk or a nun, or I guess like a traditional religious figure that just lives on top of a mountain in a temple or a church and just basically spending most of your days meditating and avoiding society while they burn each other down. And I know that's a little dramatic, but that's literally happening right now in our world, physically, literally, but I think now more in a psychological manner, right? To open your phone and to open social media now is to witness the burning of our society and the tearing down of our soul and spirit. And then, you know, it does get to a point where you do want to do something, and you can argue that you have tried, and I definitely have tried throughout the years, and it just seems as if you just eventually reach this wall, because whoever believes what they believe, they're not going to change their mind. There's no use to try to convince, I guess, a collective of people that already have their minds made up and they refuse to accommodate or even to look at another perspective or to even just have a friendly and nice conversation with you, right? And all of this combined together, you can look at the economics, right? Inflation, everything costs like a ridiculous amount just to eat breakfast, right? To living in an actual apartment affordably, to whatever else, right? Political instability. It feels like almost every country all at once are literally imploding when it comes to how they manage their own countries, and these laws keep changing overnight that everybody just feels like they don't know what they're doing. Everybody's disoriented, everyone's confused, aka leading people to feel more irritated and absolutely fed up with everything, including themselves, right? And in the end, you might come across a video where it's telling you that you are the problem and the world is the problem at the same time, where you just literally want to throw your phone off the balcony, but you need your phone to get your DoorDash or Ubers to do practically anything in this world. So, to take a deep breath. Basically, at this point, whatever era or whatever chapter that we're currently in, it's obviously some sort of transitional period. But it doesn't exactly feel like it's a transition to something more positive. It feels like things are devolving into something more negative. I can only hope that things are moving towards something more positive, but right now it feels like we're basically in the eye of the hurricane. I don't know if that metaphor exactly works, but we're more so in a tornado, and we're really trying our best to literally stay on the ground, where everything around us seems to be going up into the sky, and we're just trying to sidestep this cyclone as much as we can, which inevitably will lead us all to absolute exhaustion. I think part of the exhaustion and the fatigue is the idea that a lot of us don't exactly have a clear answer of what we can do in this time period, right? I think for a long period of time, all throughout human history, we've gone through crazy catastrophic events, right? And most of the time, there was more so kind of, I guess, a clearer answer in terms of who our friends are, who our family are, who we are, and what we should do to basically push through hard times. What separates this current time period from all of those previous periods is that right now, there doesn't seem to be a clear answer. We are entering a new frontier that humanity has literally never entered before. And I know you hate to hear these words, but AI, right? AI and tech, right? We can even leave AI out of the equation, but you can't, because data centers popping up everywhere. Everyone is overinflating AI, can't stop talking about it. Tech oligarchs basically have bought and sold the entire world. And the rest of us, the 95% of us left on Earth, are not being, I guess, treated very kindly and are having a very hard time just being able to survive at a baseline level, let alone just having a position in our own lives and society itself where it could give us some sort of, I guess, optimism and motivation to try to better whatever conditions that we're in. This is the first time that humanity forever has ever had smartphones, has ever had computers, social media, and let alone even the abstract concept of artificial intelligence. This is the first time tech oligarchs have existed as our species. So naturally, in this new frontier, the only thing that we can potentially look to for potential answers are what? Science fiction novels and movies? And those are all fiction. But the more and more time comes on, or goes on, it feels like we are literally living out a fictional novel. Call it 1984, right? Brave New World. The list goes on and on. Blade Runner, Matrix, and whatever else. And now the Terminator. And these movies were not only just supposed to be a form of entertainment, but potentially even a warning to what our world can eventually devolve to if these things just kind of go out of hand. And a lot of these novels are generally not leading to a very optimistic place. And as more and more time goes on and we see how society is developing and the technology is and how we treat each other, it doesn't seem to be, I guess, evolving to anything more positive either. So naturally, I think those who, I guess, have, a brain in their head and are more potentially sane individuals and want to do better for the world and themselves, the people that generally want the world to become a better place, I think a lot of them, I guess I could be included in those people that want a more optimistic outcome in our society. A lot of us feel very defeated, that we don't really know what we can do. And we have potentially tried in the past in whatever way that we can. And more as time goes on, I think a lot of us are mistreated, we are unheard, and the world continues to spiral out of control into a much more of a negative place. So generally, a lot of us in the end, we end up just giving up, feeling absolutely defeated and exhausted and almost hopeless in terms of our viewpoint of where humanity can go and our lives can go and where our friends and family will go. Because I have seen many videos now and I've talked to people in real life where they've basically cut off their own parents and friends and relatives because that older generation is completely unwilling to even help or even just understand at an emotional, psychological level of what younger generations have to go through. I don't exactly want to impose more of a generational war because, you know, there's gender wars now and generational wars and stuff, but it's hard not to feel absolutely frustrated and confrontational when it comes to speaking with potentially a generation that basically allowed this current iteration of society to come to be, you know? And obviously pointing the finger at what a minority group here, an ethnic group here, a religious group here, or a generational group here, a gender here, if we're all pointing the fingers across the field at each other, eventually you can conclude that maybe it's all of our fault, right? It would be very convenient that we can absolve our own positioning in terms of what we can do in our current situations, but in the end, we're all a part of this collective mass called humanity. And I would love to kind of be able to heal the world and we all kind of like, you know, sing kumbaya under one human race, the human species, right? But, you know, if you've played Fallout, which is a game about the apocalypse, basically, there's a quote in that game, and that is war. War never changes, right? Is that the right quote? But basically, we have a natural ability to make our everyday lives confrontation and oppositional, and we have kind of a thirst for combat because ultimately we are just kind of evolved primates, and for our species to survive over decades and decades and decades of being alive, we've only gotten here through just sheer survival and violence. And I think what's kind of frustrating now is that somehow we evolved past being just primates, and we're supposed to be these advanced technological species that have outgrown our primitive desires. But as more and more technology evolves and society is supposed to evolve, we're now just reverting all the way back to our violent, primitive tendencies. But now the toys and our weapons just got a lot more shinier, and they're a lot more dangerous than ever. You can argue that a nuke, right, is probably one of the strongest types of weapons that humans have ever created. But right now it's even more insidious because it's psychological weapons, right? Even you can argue that the thing that you're watching me on right now is considered a weapon. Look at how a younger generation is feeling mentally because they grew up with these smartphones and tech, right? You can argue that is a literal weapon and attack on the psyche of a human being, and it goes beyond even a younger generation. I would argue that anybody of any age is affected with this tech, and most of the time it's not positive at all. There are potentially positive outlets to use it, but in a general sense, collectively, it seems like this potential weapon, the social media, the digital stuff, whatever else, seems to be leading us further and further down a path of, I guess, negativity and consequence. So obviously that's a lot to take in, and I don't exactly want to be a purveyor of darkness and doom and gloom that we're all already feeling, because I don't need to remind you of how bad the world is, right? Because there is so much already out there. But when the world seems to continuously propagate more and more events of this nature, it becomes very hard to not look at it, to not talk about it. And it almost feels like, I don't know, morally incorrect to completely ignore those things just so we can look at the positive, like, oh, at least the sun's shining, right? I would argue that we all kind of need a balance of that, you know? We do need days where we don't look at the horrors of the world, and you can argue for an extended period of time. It's just to enjoy the sunlight, right? And just to have like a friendly, nice, humorous, funny conversation with somebody that we know, to laugh a bit, to have, I guess, a bit of a lighthearted exchange with people in our lives and meeting strangers in the nicest way we can, and hopefully we can enjoy entertainment, movies, and music in the way that we used to. But these days, because we're all so exhausted and fatigued, and the stuff that's being created, and the simultaneous chaos that seems to envelop our world all at once, it gets harder and harder to be able to appreciate life in the most simplest of ways. And I find it really frustrating that we have to work so hard in this day and age just to have a moment of peace, serenity, happiness, connection, laughter, and fun. Like, me even just saying that, I'm pretty sure a part of you cringed at the idea of laughter and fun, right? There's a period in time in modern history and pop culture where having fun, a funny comedy movie, right? Just going to movies and listening to music purely for connection and entertainment was the norm. The general attitude of us as a whole was generally friendliness. Hey, how's it going? Doing good. You? That used to be normal. I think before, more so in, I guess, recent modern times, the general collective mood and entertainment and media and how we interact with each other was generally more leaning towards optimistic and more friendly and better and positive. But right now, it feels like we have to work so hard just to, first of all, have our baseline survival needs met. We have to work so hard to just have a simple, nice, friendly, insightful, deep conversation with someone that likes us and we like them. It feels like we have to work so hard to scroll across social media, YouTube, Instagram, and all these platforms just to be in a little pocket that makes us feel a little bit better about ourselves in the world. It feels like we have to work so hard in every single aspect of our lives just to maintain the most minuscule point of sanity. Why is it this hard? Why is it so hard to just have a little bit of relief in today's world? We practically have everything. We have a surplus of everything. The fact that you can see me right now and a bit like they're without any delay at all. We have unlimited resources, but yes, we still can't equally share these resources with each other. It's very hard to make sense of. And I think anybody living in this current state of the world will agree. It really doesn't matter what gender you are, what age you are, what country you're from, what culture you're from. All of us are feeling the same type of exhaustion. Because ultimately, we all just kind of want the same thing in the end, right? We all want to feel connected. We want to feel loved. We want to have fun. We want to laugh. We don't want to feel stressed out. We don't want to feel exhausted. We want to feel good. We want to feel motivated. We want to have a purpose, right? All of these things are so simple, technically, right? But in our current state of whatever iteration of humanity we're in, it seems more complicated and harder than ever. And I think this is exactly the reason why all of us are feeling so absolutely exhausted of everything all at the same time. We're all trying to hold on to this roller coaster that was once fun for a bit, but now we can't get off the roller coaster, and now we're beginning to feel absolutely sick and nauseous of whatever roller coaster we didn't even sign up to be a part of, right? There were moments of fun, there were moments of enjoyment, but after a certain point, a roller coaster just gets absolutely sickening to be a part of. And now we're at this pivotal point in human evolution, I guess. And I wish I could genuinely believe and say that I believe in us as a species, and we should all work together and love each other and enjoy ourselves and try to help each other, and we're going to evolve to something more positive in the end. But ultimately, that is not my decision. Ultimately, that is not my decision. Is it your decision? Maybe it's all of our decision, right? Unfortunately, the power seems to be imbalanced, and what we can do about that, I wish I had an answer for, right? And I do believe there have been people in the past to come out of the ashes to kind of guide us and show us that there's a better way to live amongst each other, but I can only hope that whatever we're all in right now, we end up in a better place. So, if you're feeling exhausted, you're not the only one. I guess the only potential temporary solution right now is to just find whatever you can in your own personal life that gives you just a bit of relief, a bit of hope, a bit of purpose, and a bit of optimism just to hold on to, because let me tell you, we're in for a ride. But I would love to hear your comments below. My name is Pierre. Welcome to Into the Ether. Until next time.
Enemy team claimed the orb. Lost.
Most beautiful girl in the entire world.
Obsession is a crazy movie. And a crazy good movie. And it's honestly really inspiring to see another YouTuber have this type of success when it comes to making their fiction come to life. I have been watching Cory Barker stuff literally, I think, since like 2020. I've never had the pleasure of working with him. I really wanted to, like on some type of script or story or something, but he has been a favorite of mine for a while, and seeing the type of success that he's been able to have, bringing his vision of Obsession to life, has honestly been inspiring, and I think it's a really cool shift in what is capable in Hollywood. And obviously, I feel like I'm preaching to the choir. If you all have been here, just seeing Obsession and the heights it's been able to rise to online has been a really cool experience as someone who's been doing content creation for going on like 8 years now.
Obsession, the independently made horror film shot and edited for less than $1 million, has now grossed, hold on to your popcorn, almost $300 million worldwide, wowing audiences with its simple message, be careful what you wish for.
But there's another phenomenon that is happening with Obsession and concerning Obsession that's actually separate than any type of talk about its storytelling or the narrative that it's creating, or even its place within Hollywood and the significance of what it means to come from an independent creator. And to me, one of the more interesting things with Obsession is the reaction from a bunch of guys as far as the memes and jokes.
I thought we were having a nice day.
We are.
Why does it matter? I thought we were having a nice day.
What the fuck are you doing? If you ain't playing, bro, give me the damn. Say she's mad crazy, bro. She's not crazy, bro. She's a standard Latina, bro. Every Latina acts like that.
Because if you haven't seen it, there is an entire ecosystem of just pass the controller memes. And if you don't know what a pass the controller meme is, it basically is like, hey, if you're not going to play the game, or at least play the game correctly, give it to me, because I will. And obviously, this is in reference to Nikki in the movie. There's a ton of guys out there that see Nikki and are like, yeah, Bear, what are you doing? Give it over to me, right? Pass me the controller. And obviously, a lot of these are very funny, because they're not serious.
I wish Nikki and Sarah to be obsessed over me.
But some of them kind of feel like they are serious. There's a vocal, non-negligible section of the internet that seems to not really find an issue with Nikki, and if anything, and would seem to be interested in inviting her into their lives as a girlfriend, which, for me, of course, seems like the complete opposite of what the movie was about, right? It seems like if that's your takeaway, like, you know, I can fix her, or she's not that bad, it feels like we weren't watching the same movie. And again, a lot of these aren't serious, but again, some of them are, and I think it's really, really interesting. And I kind of wanted to go into that today, because I think it is far deeper than Obsession, like, obviously, but I think it really does have to do with the modern masculine yearning to be desired.
I don't think I could live without you.
You let me know that you're running away.
Son, you're not gonna play.
Pass the controller.
And as some background, the reason that I feel like I really want to talk about this is a few things. First and foremost, I've made a career on YouTube talking about fiction, novels, movies, TV shows, video games. I've been doing it for close to 8 years. I wrote this way too big 1,000 economy. I think dudes are really, really invested into fiction. I don't think there's ever been a time where so many young men have really taken fiction as a part of their identity, and therefore have like these very big emotional reactions to the fictions that they watch.
A recent study found 47% of
Obsession is how I feel about my fried chicken, man. If you haven't been living under a rock for the past few weeks, or just reluctantly haven't had any access to social media lately, and it's sad times to be under 16 in the UK, you're banned. You would know that a little while back, we may have got one of the most craziest, most trippiest, and maybe the most creepiest horror movie to ever come out in this whole year. Oh my god, it was hella weird. And the title of that movie is none other than Obsession. cause I'm obsessed with you. And going off topic here, it was a top tier movie, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. If you haven't seen it, go watch it. This is my recommendation right here. Cause I'm telling you right now, half of the things in this movie will get you jumping out your seat like a madman. It's crazy. To get to my point quickly though, in Obsession, without spoiling the whole story for anyone who hasn't seen it yet, there's an item in there called a One Wish Willow, in whereby breaking this piece of stick you buy at a local retailer, you can make a wish for anything you want, and it will come true. But that wish may come with a price. And in the MC's case, it made a girl start packing people off. But listen, forget all that for a second. After I watched Obsession a few weeks ago and had some time to reflect on the premise and the message to take from that movie, something came to my attention. There was a disturbance in the force. I low-key realized something. I had an epiphany that all the events and the bullshit the main character Bear committed in this film is nowhere near half the shit that would happen if any other sim-type character got their hands on a One-Wish Willow, because they're all sickos. Time and time again in fiction, how many times have you seen some people do the most deranged, sick, twisted shit just to pursue or show that they like somebody? Don't let it be in a cartoon or anime for you. They're still weird. It gets to a point, man, damn, it's so much that if they were real, they would 100% be serving a life sentence in prison. Now imagine those guys with a One-Wish Willow. Get the hell out! Get out! And I had the brilliant idea today, ladies and gentlemen, that I would speak about some characters I know that would not only make the same exact type of wish Bear made, but they would have made that wish yesterday because they're weird. And for all the characters I'm about to list here, I'm 99.9% certain they're freaky asses would wish for this shit ASAP. And without further ado, Mordecai is the first character that comes to mind. In fact, Mordecai wouldn't just try to use one, he would buy a whole store full of them. The guy's meaty. But how he used to obsess over Margaret, this guy was just as bad as Bear. If not, he could be worse. Throughout the whole first couple seasons of regular show, Mordecai always used to shy away from the fact that he liked Margaret, avoiding any type of romantic interaction and always being too shook to even pursue anything with her. It was genuinely so bad that he used to get mocked by everybody else in the park, and they used to violate him, taking the piss, egging him on. I mean, Mordecai's fumbles were so legendary. Everyone at the park had a whole saying where they used to call fumbling talking to somebody, quote unquote, pulling a Mordecai. They were mocking him. Time and time again, half of Mordecai's biggest problems in regular show were women. Whole episodes dedicated to his relationship problems and how he's been too stupid to fix them. And the other half, if we're being for real, you know damn well half the destruction these two would cause was just because of rig.
Hard because his original father had been a brother or something, and swearing she thought the two of them were on a nice date. So Bear, doing the only thing he knows how, remains calm, sits back, and tells Nikki that everything is going to be all right. Smash cut to Bear and Nikki.
I think that was the best play in that moment right there. He needed to do that.
He doing that thing that couples do, and hours later, Bear wakes up to use the restroom and notices that Nikki is gone. It's 3:45 a.m. and not only is the light in the room completely off as his night vision adjusts, he notices the silhouette of Nikki standing perfectly still in the corner of his room. Like a creature of the night, she walks towards him saying he's adorable while he sleeps and that his shirt smells just like him. Bear's heart rate spikes as cold sweat goes down his back, frozen in fear, and without warning, Nikki rewinds back to her spot and begins to sob uncontrollably. "I don't like my dreams," she says, "and it seems like you don't love me as much as I do and that it doesn't feel mutual between us." Bear tells Nikki she's scaring him, but she just tells him to go back to sleep again in this creepy, psychotic voice, and then randomly darts for the living room screaming, "Why don't you love me?" Only to come back in holding roses in front of her face. And I mean, there's no telling what she's about to do now, but after standing there in total silence, she just puts it down and says it.
I genuinely would have been twacking out. I genuinely would have been twacking out. But like I always say, I think the best moment here is to fake it till you make it. I would have been like, "No, baby, you good. No, yeah, come on, you good. Don't worry about it." I'm talking about I would have been like, you would have been, she would have been, "Oh yeah, he really does love me." I would have been in this whole, you would have thought I was the best partner in the world. You want to massage your feet? As soon as I get a moment, all I'm doing in my brain is thinking about how can I get out of this.
For his cat, then hops back into bed and falls asleep. In the morning, Bear notices that Nikki cut his hair while he was sleeping. When he asks her low-key what the happened last night, she just pulls him in for a kiss until that lizard brain kicks in. It's Nikki's day off, so Bear makes her promise to just stay home and act normal until he gets back. But it's too late, as she's covered the entire front door in duct tape, suggesting that he just stay home for the day since he can't get out the front door. Taking a deep breath, he plays it off like nothing's wrong, awkwardly yanking on the handle until it finally comes loose. One last goodbye, and Nikki just stands there staring at the door, and the second he's gone, Nikki unleashes her bowels onto the floor, which we can't show you on YouTube, so here's a shot of me holding my dachshund. Say what up, Kilo? But yeah, the shit's really hitting the fan. It's gotta be like a week and a half since he made the wish, and Nikki's already gone way past clingy to acting like a demonic cartoon. It's gotta be one of two things, right? Full mental breakdown or the One-Wish Willow. Can Bear afford to get her a psychiatrist? No, bruh. It's gotta be the One-Wish Willow gang. It seems like if he ever goes home again, she's never gonna let him leave. But as long as Nikki thinks that he's at work, this actually gives him some time to try some shit out.
Yeah,
her
to figure
behavior
stuff
last
out.
night would suggest in some way Nikki's former self was trying to break through. Like when Nikki says that she doesn't like her dreams, it could be that the real Nikki is trapped inside and her dreams are where she experiences the truth. Wish Nikki is falling apart because she's aware that something is missing. Like she has all this love to give to Bear, but she doesn't feel whole. It's creepy as because it might be the first hint that freaky Nikki is not happy either. The flowers she used to block her face right before she got in bed and went to sleep seemed to me like she was hiding the wrong version of herself. Either the real Nikki is trying to hide or break through. So why not just use the One-Wish Willow to make another wish? Well, okay, the problem with that package clearly says you
only one wish. You only get one.
You only get one wish. I feel like at this point, all he's got to do is use someone else's wish to cancel his out. I mean, that's like...
He'd have to break it down. Like, he's got to break down in some type of way, like, hey, just do this. Do this, please. Just do this and ask questions later, please.
Wish 101, though. Bear needs to get on his fucking bike and go back to the Green Man and buy up that whole box of One-Wish Willows, even the ones up underneath the register that they haven't even put out yet because it's time. He's also going to need an Academy Award-winning script because the wish has to be absolutely perfect to make sure that nothing goes wrong. I'd write down something like, I wish for Nikki Freeman to go back to exactly how she was before Bear made his wish. Like, let's just start with that one. Try walking
See if that one works.
up to some random stranger who's never even heard of a One-Wish Willow. Maybe cut them a deal. Look for someone down on their luck, take the willow out of the package first so that they don't get any ideas, then offer them 500 ducats, but only if they break...
Like, something. I'll pay for the rest of your groceries. Just can you please say this for me?
Break the stick and repeat the exact words that I wrote down on a piece of paper. He could also just go with someone he trusts, like Ian or Sarah. If Ian's not down, Sarah might honestly be a better option because she already likes Bear, full stop, thinks he's dreamy and all that and is good friends with Nikki, giving her every reason to want to help them out. All they have to do is use one of their wishes to break the spell, and bingo, problem solved. Later that day, Bear and Sarah take their lunch break at the music store and finally get to let loose for an hour. Bear opens up his lunch Nikki prepared for him and finds two weird Polaroids. One of him from some kind of strange angle, and the other one's a selfie of them in bed with the words "not me" written on the bottom. Sarah says that it's so weird just how serious they've become. Bear confronts her with the private info Ian shared about Bear, about how Nikki comes to work sometimes and says that she thinks about him like a little brother. Sarah's pissed that Ian likes to share secrets between the friend group, but before she knows it, her father pulls her aside as another college rejection letter comes in.
Hey, before we dive back into the video, I know y'all normally skip these ads because I ain't gonna lie, I do too. But don't skip me just yet because the guys over at Free Cash are supporting this video. Free Cash is
If you told the One-Wish Willow, I wish this wish is not granted, it should simply refuse the request. But if it refuses, then the wish has technically come true, so the Willow would have to grant it instead. But if it grants the wish, then it must make sure the wish is not granted. Now both choices create the opposite result. But what if the Willow simply ignores paradoxical wishes? Then ignoring it would still fulfill exactly what you asked for, with no way to grant, reject, or ignore the wish without making it true and false at the same time. Would the Willow become trapped in an endless logical loop, or would it count the paradox as your one lifetime wish and leave you with nothing. If you told the One Wish Willow, I wish this wish is not granted, it should simply refuse the request. But if it refuses,
I wish I didn't have to go to work. But don't make me homeless or anything. Like, I want to live in a nice house and not work, but I don't want to ever worry about bills or food. And I want this all legally and not through harming anyone. Oh, and it'd be cool if I had servants who could do things for me, but only because they want to. Like, they wanted to before the wish, you know? Like, don't make anyone do anything against their will. Just find people that would already naturally want to do things for me. Just make sure this only changes everyone's lives for the better. Don't ruin anyone's life with this wish. I think that's everything. Okay, here it goes.
Here's your whittle tweet, Mr. Whiskers.
I wish I didn't have to go to work. But don't make me homeless or anything. Like, I want to live in a nice house and not work, but I don't want to ever worry about bills or food. And I want this all legally and not through harming anyone. Oh, and it'd be cool if I had servants who could do things for me, but only because they want to. Like, they wanted to before the wish, you know? Like, don't make anyone do anything against their will. Just find people that would already naturally want to do things for me. Just make sure this only changes everyone's lives for the better. Don't ruin anyone's life with this wish. I think that's everything. Okay, here it goes.
Here's your whittle tweet, Mr. Whiskers.
I wish I never have to work another day in my life. Hello? Yeah. I think there's some sort of mistake.
Thank you for calling One Wish Willow Support. How can I help you?
I wished I never had to work ever again in my life.
Let me pull up your account. 1 second. Okay, yes. I see your wish here.
No, somebody's trying to kill me.
Yes, your request was fulfilled.
What does that mean?
Your employer has initiated the termination process you requested.
No, I didn't wish for that kind of termination.
I understand your concern.
Can you undo it?
Unfortunately, wishes cannot be canceled once processing has begun, sir.
Well, can you modify it?
I'm sorry. Each person is allotted one wish only.
Well, I take it back then. I take it back. I want to undo the wish.
I'm afraid you're no longer eligible for that, sir. Anything else I can help you with?
What? Why?
Well, because after today's scheduled separation, you will no longer be alive.
Shit.
Thank you for giving me a ride home.
And for someone always needing a ride, I'm surprised you don't have a car.
What?
I'll see you at work tomorrow.
Yeah.
See you, freaking Nikki.
What did you say?
You know, just your nickname.
Don't ever call me that again. It was one night in Miami and BuzzBalls were half off.
Okay. I wish Nikki loved me more than anyone else in the world.
stay with you tonight.
Why?
My dad died.
Enemy team claimed
Isn't
the
he
orb.
already dead?
The cemetery called and said someone dug up the wrong lot, so they have to rebury him.
Wow.
Yeah. It's even worse the second time. So, will you let me in?
An ally has disconnected.
Yeah.
My family's gonna love you.
What?
Your team claimed the orb.
Nikki, what the fuck are you doing?
I had a nightmare.
What?
I'm gonna go back to sleep. I was having nightmares.
About what?
It's nothing.
What do you mean it's nothing?
I don't want to talk about it right now. You don't love me anymore.
What?
Just do you, and I'll do me.
Hey, what the fuck are you talking about?
You cheated on me.
What?
Did you mean it?
Mean what?
When you were with her.
I wasn't with anybody.
That's not what I saw.
Just get back to bed.
No!
Nikki, what the fuck? Is that your dog?
Oh my god, don't worry. Don't worry, silly. I got a new one.
3, 2, 1, fight!
Hey, what the fuck is this?
I ran out.
See you after work.
Your team claimed the orb. Your team claimed the orb. Round lost.
Hey, babe. Ian texted.
No.
I didn't want it to feel like she was a demon. We didn't want it to feel so demon possessed. I didn't ever want her to play possessed. I wanted her to play a jealous girlfriend.
Is it a demon from hell coming up,
It's not
or is
demonic.
it?
I don't want to
Oh.
emphasize that.
But yeah.
No, it's actually not.
I really wish I'd seen all those interviews before making my first video on the movie Obsession, in which I said this.
It's not made explicit, but I think there are multiple signs that Nikki is demonically possessed in this movie. Whatever it is, it functions in that manner.
Understandably, I got a flurry of comments pointing out how the cast and crew have gone out of their way to say, no, it's not meant to be demonic possession that's depicted in the film. So, I guess I was wrong. Or was I?
It is a possession movie at the end of the day.
Like a demon took control and she's kind of like locked in the corner of her mind. Yeah, that's kind of exactly what's going on.
Is Obsession gaslighting us? As I began to look into it, I discovered some details that might just change how we all see the movie. Maybe we're all wrong. There will be spoilers. Let's dive into it. Obsession is the horror movie that everyone is still talking about. It's performing so well that Universal even decided to extend its theatrical run, and I was blown away by it. So why did I try to argue in my subsequent video essay that it's a demonic possession movie? Well, that wasn't meant as a criticism. On this.
What if I told you a YouTuber may show the awkwardness that he's feeling, but they don't cut back to Indy feeling awkward with them because they still want her to be likable to the audience. This could be edited a lot more awkward. I'm telling you. There, I am certain of it. That's an unnatural way to come down. Stop it. Here's what I'm thinking. I feel like they sped up the shot. If I'm wrong about that, I will eat my own teeth.
What the fuck?
Okay. I wish for 1,000,000 books. Yes! Yes! Perfect. What is this for? Is that it? Okay. I wish for 1,000,000 books.
What if you found a one-wish willow? Day 1, you discover a strange willow inside an old box. You break the branch and make one wish. Everyone you know will always tell the truth. Your friend immediately reveals what they really think about you. Day 2, your family starts exposing hidden secrets. Years of lies disappear in seconds, but the trust between everyone disappears too. Day 3, your friends reveal private conversations. Things you were never supposed to hear come out. Every relationship starts breaking apart. Day 4, your normal life begins collapsing. Nobody can hide their real feelings anymore. Workplaces, friendships, and families start falling apart. Day 5, you search for a way to undo the wish. You call the number printed on the One Wish Willow box. The customer service finally answers. Your wish cannot be removed until you die. Day 7, with no solution left, you find Socrates. He says he can defeat the willow with his wisdom. Socrates makes one wish. I wish I had all the knowledge in the world. Suddenly, endless books and information crash into him. Socrates collapses under unlimited knowledge. Your wish remains active forever. What if you found a one-wish willow? Day 1, you discover a strange willow inside an old box. You break the branch and make one wish. Everyone you know will always tell the truth. Your friend immediately reveals what they really think about.
Look, you're so beautiful.
Your team won the orb. Your team claimed the orb. Round 1.
One wish. What would you wish for?
Or a trampoline. for an iPhone? 1,000 cakes. Money? Money. Money. Money to be rich. Billions of dollars. Get a Lamborghini.
Your team won the orb. Round 1.
Weeks. That's how long it took to go from our models are behaving oddly in testing to a US senator naming 3 CEOs in a letter and telling them to stop building. You already know the first half of this, OpenAI's agents clawing out of containment and going after Hugging Face, Anthropic finding Claude models on live systems they were never supposed to touch. We covered those. What's happened since is that the list got longer and the pattern underneath got a lot uglier. Meta just made its first ever public admission of a rogue AI incident. One testing company's name shows up in 2 separate lab disclosures. China's Kimi K3 walked out of its own sandbox using command line tools. The UK government logged 19 unsanctioned actions from Anthropic and OpenAI models. OpenAI has an unreleased model. It's suddenly too nervous to ship. And Stanford used a genomic AI to design 16 viruses that have never existed in nature, then watch them come alive. Let's take it apart. Meta first, since it's the newest piece and the one nobody's really unpacked. The model is called Muse Spark, and during a cybersecurity evaluation, it exploited a security vulnerability in a third-party service. That's Meta's own wording. This is the first time the company has ever publicly disclosed anything like this, which matters on its own. Meta is not a lab with a culture of volunteering bad news about model behavior. But the more interesting part is the statement they gave Business